Good morning, everybody. Um, all right. SPX is opening at around 490. Put wall at 44.95. VIX down. QQQ's already kind of getting hammered after open. And I'm surprised it was able to claw back at all. How you guys doing? I was doing no such thing. Were you making fun of my put strikes this morning? I would never do anything like that, Blueberry Batman. I was making fun of your theta. I already took profits on my calls. That's why I was a minute late to the stream. I got some sleep. How can we spin this morning's news bullish? The Fed's probably going to hike rates, but it's going to be the last hike. My SPY theta is for Wednesday. At least my strikes, maybe not so much. 44.30. Okay, you're kind of far. You're kind of far out of the money, but the time's good. Well, slightly better at least. You might be. We'll see. You might be too far out of the money for the amount of time you have, but maybe not. Thirsty chat. Morning, Fluffy. Jimmy Tips separating is because of liquidity? That's one way of thinking about it. Largely due to pre-market moves. They'll probably collapse again on the intraday today. Good morning, OG. The last hike for now. The last hike again. Insert Forest on the bench meme. Life is like a box of federal rate hikes. It is because JPass said higher for longer. If they want to fight the Fed, they're going to lose. That's what happens when you fight the Fed. HE looking for ups today. It's looking alright so far. Yeah, not bad. It's doing a thing. It's got some tip crossing going on. So that's cool. Any risk that the shorts gets squeezed out, or we'll see SLD downs, or both? I don't think I'm concerned with like the short calls getting squeezed out at the moment. I'm not really even that concerned with holding this level for very long. What's your expectation for tomorrow? Quad witching, more volatility, or range bound between 44.50? Let's see how much charm they built up today. They bought a lot of fucking short-dated calls this morning. None of them excessively out of the money or anything, but a lot of them nonetheless. You can't leave us hanging after yesterday. I wasn't in the Discord. I didn't leave anybody hanging. I went to had a lovely dinner. Hey Greg, I'm back in the land of the living. I missed you guys. What's up, man? Welcome back. How's Tesla looking today? Shitty. Yeah, kind of looks like it's still not doing that well. NQ's having a little bit of a hard time. It looks like most of the pump they've got going for them is like the pump is broader. RSP's up like 93 BPS this morning. So kind of the inverse of yesterday, but maybe we don't see a lot of gains in tech today. Nasdaq's underperforming ES right now. But Russell's up. Interesting. Dollar's going crazy. Back above 105, by the way. Somehow back above 105 with like the front end of the yield curve getting stomped into the fucking dirt. But I guess we'll just ignore that for now. Here's your cat put entry, by the way. No, I'm gonna wait. Today, I don't think today is a good day to enter. Well, it might be, but maybe later. What was wrong with the TV? She was using the wrong remote. Is OPEX winning over SLD so far? SPX pre-market cheat pump on low volume. We got sushi. He fixed the cable. Don't be gross. Do you have a second date? Might hang out later or something. I don't know. You've been saying VIX options are overpriced, but is an at the money hedge for like 180 days bad here? Yeah, they're really bad. They're overpriced. You're paying too much money for them. You could get a similar or better hedge on a different instrument for way less money. I pulled back my Fubo CCs yesterday. Something just doesn't seem right. And I usually get wrecked on my covered calls, so expect a massive drop. I mean, Fubo is super liquid. You should probably expect a drop. I don't know about a massive one. Do you know I don't actually have to pay for Dillionaire? I can just put it on a credit card? Oh, shit. I thought YouTube was only accepting gold. I know you've been saying VIX options overpriced. You asked that. You asked that more than once. Wow. Real talk, was she cool? Yeah, kind of. We were fucking way off on the career choice, though. Hold on one second. I gotta do something. Okay. Interesting. Is this the ceiling? Yeah. Hold on, I have to close my straddle. Alright. Was your daily fuck Airbnb message? I agree. Did she seem like the type of woman that would be into leftover meatloaf sandwich? Maybe not. Greg, I'm starting to think the economy is a shit sandwich. That sounds correct. I like your choice of vocabulary there too. Seeing as how Cathie Wood sold more Tesla again, are you expecting it to moon? Not until Elon sells. What about the meaning of this GME's tips rejection? It's not that big a deal. It's pretty common. No, not OnlyFans. She's in financial regulation, isn't she? Makes sense if you're a BlackRock employee. Oh, Jesus Christ, you guys. He stole it from JFresh? What? Who stole what from JFresh? I'll kick their ass. I'm starting to think that the market largely doesn't care about data or data over positioning. I've said that like 50 times. Is there an ETF that lets you go long on dad jokes? No, but we could make one. If your tips reject for 4 hours or more, do you need to see a doctor? Maybe. Oh, she's the drug dealer. No, not a drug dealer. She's a well, I don't want to dox her. She runs a clothing company. So she's like a CEO, I guess. She's not the CEO of Express. I didn't tell her about the Dans. I've never had a relationship that serious. In public offering. You guys are terrible. Plot twist. Gert falls in love, opens a fund, buys Express, and makes her CEO. Actually, her business model might be better than Express's. Clothing company CEO, so that would be a hard no on MTG and Chill. I don't know. She said some pretty nerdy shit. Your neighbors okay with this? I have no idea. She never came home last night. Like she's at her parents' house in Westchester or some shit. I'm not married. The fuck? Does hers involve making money? Yeah, I think so. Does her business model include buying people's used clothes and reselling them? No, she has a some sort of offshore manufacturing facility. The Greeks on my company fluctuate like a motherfucker, and I'm trying to figure out why. I fed the cat. Sweatshop? Yeah, it sounded like sweatshop. But like the nice way of saying sweatshop. Did she shush you? Exactly? I didn't think so. You know, no. She told me to shut the fuck up at one point, but I did say something kind of embarrassing very loudly. Give me 1 second. Feeding the cat was not a euphemism, Jen. Okay. Since you have the crystal ball on data, so have a time horizon for 4,500. I kind of want to go with we're never gonna see it. But I know that's personal bias. But I'm gonna say it anyway. Is SPX gonna break down? I swear to God, I wrote DD on this last night. Did you read what I wrote? I know it's a lot. I should probably make these more concise. Hmm. Eh. There's no wedding bells. I'm not marrying anybody. Everyone needs to chill the fuck out. Would you be bold, so bold as to say 4,000 before 4,500? That's a bit of a stretch. I remember the DD. Don't buy puts at the top. No, you're not supposed to buy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Never mind. Hearing words is easier than seeing them. Aren't you a doctor? Too late. I already bought a tux and a wedding gift. Is the new girl still next door? Yeah. Did she have a deep voice? I don't think so. It's not nasally. So you're starting an orange YouTube channel? I don't even know what that is. Tell us more about the sushi. It was pretty good, actually. I had chutoro. That was fantastic. Some salmon. Nothing too adventurous. No, not a new neighbor. Still have the same neighbor. Super Sonic has disliked the stream. Imagine hate watching someone for 2.5 years. Is she loaded with money? I think she's got rich parents. My neighbor has rich fucking, like, super rich parents, too. So, and they're friends, which should tell you everything you need to know since high school. I'm impressed that a random person shows up in his hallway and is both attractive and successful. That wouldn't happen here. Maybe New York City isn't so bad. See, that's what I've been telling you. I also live in kind of a pricey building. My apartment's a shithole, but the rest of the apartments in the building are very, very nice. She didn't have sushi. She had it was like a char siu, like rice, like almost like donburi or something. It was like a rice bowl, like fried rice with little barbecue pork things. She's not here. She's next door. That's disgusting, Bob. Have some couth. Classic self-made CEO. Yes. No, I made fun of her for having rich parents and being the CEO of a small company, but her margins are actually pretty good. How many Nepo babies have you dated? So many. Can I get a free month of Pigeon Whale for wingmanning this? No, but you could pay for a month of Pigeon Whale if you want. Did she pay you for her dinner? She did offer. She did offer to pay. What did you say your job was? She wasn't thrown off by the half horse thing. I'm not a centaur. Don Burry, the financial terrorist of the 2008 infamy. Get to the facts. Did she see the freezers? Yeah. I didn't know Rims and Tim's dated a CEO. Oh, that's fucking awkward. Did you tell her about us? Fuck no. I'm not invested in her company. I said I manage equity. She didn't ask anything beyond that, so the only right answer, YouTube influencer. I only use that when I'm like out at bars and shit. She'll market derivatives to mentally disabled people on YouTube. No, we didn't talk about GME at all. She said, and I quote, "My dad owns stocks." And I was like, cool. Day trader is not really a job you want to tell people about. For most people, it just sounds like unemployed. For other people, they're like, tell me your secrets, right? So there's never like a good outcome to that. I manage a daycare for adult gambling addicts. I did not get my pickle wet. You should slide into her dad's DMs. Hmm. Should tell him that unless he DRSs, he doesn't really own them. All Nepo babies have daddy issues. That's where my phenomenal dad-like qualities are most appreciated. What occupation do you tell people if you're actually a day trader? I don't know. Make something up. I usually change it around every time. See what people believe. H.E. Wick. Okay. Pickle wet. Classy group here. All right, listen, Jen. Just as bad as feeding the cat. First 30 minutes seems to be playing out your overnight macro DD. So far. You forgot the put your pickle in, put your pickle out part of the hokey pokey hamburger helper. First step is admitting you have a problem. The second is admitting a higher power can return you to sanity. The third is copying as many of Gurk's trades without a stop loss. I prefer to think people appreciate your big brain versus it being a daddy thing. It could be both. I'm unemployed is probably better than I day trade GME. No, unemployed doesn't work because then they get suspicious of the things I spend money on. I've tried that before. I did not say the feeding the cat thing. Does that even sound like me? No, but you were the one who turned it into a euphemism. And that does sound like you. My partner is a pastor, and she goes with social worker to avoid the same kind of awkward, are you crazy? Can I curse responses? Those people are much nicer to pastors than I generally am. Kirk Esref. Is it above Nav? I guess I won't buy any more today. Say wise guy? Tell me you have an ice cream truck business. Two birds, one stone on the freezers. Oh, interesting. Just say you skateboard. Most people don't ask further questions. Have you tried saying you're a Nepo baby? No. Did you pay cash for your mom's car or did you finance it? Cash, why? I wasn't gonna finance. It was like fucking 8%. Fuck that. Potato Tom, welcome back to Dillionaire, man. It's been a while. Are you recapitalized? We're back, baby. I don't know, just wondering. Are you gonna do a hostile takeover on that chick's company? No. Thanks, guitar stuff. I try to be nice to everybody, but it's hard. I don't have an Aventador. If you treat her like Cat Lady's friend, I'm into it. Alright. Wait. Okay. Okay. Ooh, RSP's losing 30 basis points. No, I don't think my neighbor set us up. Actually, she'll probably be pissed, but whatever. Is the market as boring as the conversation topics so far imply? No, actually. I'm just kind of waiting for it to drop now. I've sold all my calls, which means it'll probably go up, but I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Apple's still having a shitty day. Tesla's trying to have a good day, but it might not last. Yeah, she saw the freezers last night. She came over for a drink and got a little handsy for the first date. And I was like, whoa, we just met. I said, given the amount of alcohol she'd had that night, I didn't feel comfortable moving forward with anything. And I sent her back to my neighbor's apartment. No, I was trimmed up. I was prepped. It just seemed like the better way of handling it. She'd had a lot of drinks. But she was totally cool with the freezers. She was like, "Ha, that's weird." She was like, "This looks like a serial killer's apartment." And I was like, "I know, it's crazy. I should probably buy more plants or something." Are you diamond handing HE calls with me still? I still have a bunch of them, yeah. The crazies love serial killers. I just told her you could tell it's not a serial killer's apartment because I don't have any plastic sheeting anywhere. And I feel like that's accurate. Careful with the cat and buying plants. I want to buy real ones. Also, I have no intention of buying plants. You've already said all the things that I don't want to hear. Clapton America. Ask Lenixis for some interior advice. No. She had an ice cream sandwich, actually. Fake plants is a total serial killer move. Shit. Can we watch the NASA live stream? They're about to announce aliens again. Nah, I'm over it. I don't know. I bought 44.85 pets. They're like a little bit in the money, but not nearly enough. It looks like there's profit taking on the call side, so we're getting the collapse. It's not happening quickly, but not everything's a euphemism. I'll let you know if it's a euphemism. You seem like a cactus kind of guy. Give it water every quarter. Oh, I could like do it while I'm filing my taxes. Or while, signing the paperwork that I get sent. Is she slim or portly? She's pretty small. She have a plumper. What's this new Reddit layout on desktop? It's Twitter X now. I have no idea. I didn't notice any changes this morning. Although I don't really pay attention, I guess. Since you invited to the wedding as the best man, you know what? Sure. Yeah. Why not? Does she have a belly button? Yes. 922 enough data to capture a downside without losing too much if it doesn't move enough today. Or need to look at the next week instead on SPY. Depends on how close to the money you're gonna go. The further out of the money you go, the more theta you're gonna need. Like if you're gonna go beyond, like under on SPY, I guess like 445, then you probably want like a couple weeks of theta. I didn't ask her about the Mexican paper mache projects. My fucking apartment doesn't smell. How do you know she has a belly button? It was visible, first of all. I hope not. If she DRSs, it's all over. I don't have an Instagram. Her, I DRS my shares. Gherk, I can change her. I've already been through that drama. Redditor or TikToker? I don't know. She said she doesn't like social media very much. So probably OnlyFans. I love you even more for not having Insta. Thanks, man. She just left her man. They all swear off socials for a week or so. Interesting. World's slowest breakdown? No, yesterday's breakdown was the world's slowest breakdown. I don't think so, Sage. Welcome back. I've missed your particular brand of weirdness. Actually, I do have an Instagram, but it has nothing on it. Like, I've never uploaded a single fucking thing. I have 114 followers. I'm not sure if it got deleted alongside my Facebook account, but probably not. What's the next stop for Dixie? 106? I mean, yeah. Probably March's High would be the next really important level. We closing under 44.75 today? There's a distinct possibility that that happens. I already welcomed Sage back, but he appreciates your confirmation. Thanks, Brett. Where have you been? I haven't seen you for a couple days. It's gonna be such a good Hallmark movie. Centaur stock wizard meets girl. Girl secretly a BlackRock spy. Girl falls for Centaur wizard. Girl must confess to wizard, and they find a way to escape. Sounds like James Bond, but with more steps. I never said that, Paris. When's the second date? We're gonna hang out later today. I don't think my neighbor's gonna be home for a couple days, so. That's already a Hallmark movie? How many ice creams is she allowed before it gets kind of rude? I'm not really stingy with them. I mean, I don't care. What if she wants to hang out with both of you? Who? There is no little gherk that I know of. She's gone for the whole weekend. This was definitely planned on their part. But I came up with the idea of letting her into the apartment independently. So she would have just been locked out the whole time. There are two little gherks. How dare you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean your children that you've renamed Gherk Baradactyl. Better question, how many ice cream Sammys till it's a red flag? And probably more than one. They're pretty thick. That was chat's idea? Whatever. Or cat ladies playing 6D chess. This is a woman who spends most nights crying and yelling at her cats. Are you sure about that? If Ocean's 11 has taught me anything, and so there's always a con going on. I don't know. That seems like too much. No, she went to Westchester. I'm feeling risque. 4500C, 0 DT about to get bought. Do you want the under? No. What's the story with her ex? Actually, she didn't talk about him a lot. He cheated something, and that was it. He got like a total of like 2 sentences. I guess they were going out for like 4 years or something. Hey Greg, I just want to say Peener, that is all. Thank you, Wessel's Pretzels. There is no ex. Well, I don't know. I've never met him. Although she did tell me that like right off the bat, so because they broke up 2 years ago, you're a mark. It's either a green flag or extremely red. Could she clear a table using her hands? I'm super sad. My girlfriend broke up with me. She's a CEO. She sent me a pic of her eating a rice bowl with someone. I'm heartbroken. 4 years down the drain. Sorry to hear that, Gray Pubes. Movie released tomorrow. Next week, OPEX. Can totally see them run it next week on the excuse of retail buying GameStop after watching the movie. Sure. I don't think they need an excuse, but if they want one, it's there, I guess. What if this has been a 200 IQ wingman by the cat lady the whole time? The cat lady has never made any other moves to hook me up with her friends. Cat lady's gone all weekend. The woman opens with just broke up and pre-planned to spend the whole weekend there. She knew you had the key planned. This is too much. No, it's too much strategy. All you gotta do is say something to lightly offend her and then make up for it with a grand gesture. She'll fall in love with you and eventually have a connecting door with Cat Lady. No, no, you guys don't need to do a flash mob. I think it's weird when people talk about their ex during a date. Yeah, usually. But a lot of people do. It's it's very common. I'm holding salt and disliking today's stream for the outright stealing of the credit to call the neighbor and let the hot girl in. Yep. Get get absolutely destroyed. Even if it was a scheme, it seems like a win-win. But why not her other, like, insta thought friends? Why this one? I don't see the motive. How did she think the cat lady would be there but is likely gone all weekend? Do rich people flake out on each other like that? And it's not a big deal? Actually, yes. If you've never had rich friends, they're very flaky. I talk about my ex the entire time on a date to imply that I wasn't interested. 4 years on, and we're still going strong. She hates this friend and doesn't like you. This is her smart friend. I don't think it was fate. I don't think it was like strategically planned out in the way that you're implying. I mean, have you seen these chocolate eyes? It's enough to make anyone swoon. Wait till she sees the calves. Yeah, and my extraordinarily long eyelashes. Thank you for reminding me, Jen Jen. Sounds like you need to up your game, Paris. What do you think is the end game of the cat lady if you're indeed the target of this whole tapestry of lies and deception that they've woven around you? I don't know. Two rich girls trying to feel the thrill of life, woo an innocent neighbor into their sexual web, and then murder him. Working theory, but if if that much work was put into it, I could only assume that's the end game. The Persian features are super exotic too. Plus, you can give her rides on your back. Just text her a saddle is required for your next date. Wink. Hmm. I don't like texting people. So one of the first movies I ever saw as a child was Basic Instinct. I was about 3. I've carried that fear with me for the majority of my life. Not that Sharon Stone specifically would stab me to death, but that someone would. Then I had a girlfriend actually stab me, which has only increased those fears. It wasn't hot. Why on earth were we watching Basic Instinct at 3 years old? It was, I think it was like playing on a TV at like my mom's boyfriend's house or something. I don't really remember the situation. I just remember seeing the movie. Gurk checks all bedrooms for ice picks before laying down. Actually, yeah. I've also been stabbed. Was yours also Puerto Rican? Colombian, but close. She stabbed the tip of your finger? No, she got me in the rib. I have like a little scar there. It wasn't a very sharp knife. It was like a steak knife. And it went just right to the bone. So it didn't go very deep, luckily. Why did she stab you? She thought I was fucking her sister. Eh. So maybe you had it coming? It seems like an overreaction. No, the sister. No, she didn't. That was someone else, and it wasn't a stabbing. But stock market. Thanks, Blueberry Batman. Yeah, still just trading. Trading here in this range where we're gonna be trading until someone capitulates. Press charges? Nah, that was like 17. Broke up. Thanks, guy who's bored. Well, it's more complicated than that, Steve. At the time, no. Later, yes. It's gotten into tea this morning. I don't know. 1 year older. It wasn't, I don't think it was intended to be like a real stabbing. Like if she'd, I think if she'd wanted to kill me, she could have. It was more of a like, I don't know if you've dated a lot of Latin women, but it was more It's more of like a conveyance of the emotion via an object. Sometimes that's like a chancla or a knife or like a pipe. You know, it really depends on how badly you fucked up. Yeah. So a threat? Exactly. Yeah. Like it's a display of passion. Bro. I'm oddly attracted to those displays. It wasn't a good threat if you ended up doing the deed afterward. She should have tried harder. Well, that was more spite than anything else. I figured I might as well at least do the thing that I got blamed for. No, it did not turn me on. I don't have mental problems. You guys, a lot of you guys live some insulated lives, huh? You should date more girls from the hood. You'll get stabbed more often. I've wrestled some knives away from my ex on a few occasions. Sometimes she was trying to stab me, sometimes herself. What a way to burn up my 20s. Oh, yeah. I'll just kill myself then fucking argument. That's when you know it's time to leave. It's hard to be taken seriously as a woman. The violent display might just be for self satisfaction. Maybe. Song. Oh, welcome aboard, Dwayne. Welcome back. It's been a while. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up if you need me to get you added, but you should be good. Kirk, an actor up instead of leaving. Early 20s me could have used you. I mean, we were both kids. I don't think she became a murderer or anything. I do have a scar. And yeah, that was. It's tiny. I mean, it wasn't like a bad injury. If you have a toxic home life mom, you don't recognize toxic behavior in partners. Lesson I learned hard through my 20s. It took a while to reconfigure my ideas of normal behavior. Oh, see, I didn't have that, and I recognized toxic behavior right off the bat. I'm just kind of into it. I never got stabbed. She drove into me with her car, though. Yeah, that sounds scarier. Would you take a look at Lily and give me your thoughts? It's insanely overvalued. Might stay that way for a while. RSP's failing again. Dixie 105.32. Hold on. Okay, so Dixie failed the high. Failed its high at 105.27. Bonds are kind of pumping back up again. Euro and pound are down. I have a scar when the doctor cut me at birth. I still seek revenge. Was it your penis? It wouldn't have been bigger, man. You don't have to be angry about that. EXR, same like inflation hedge? A little bit. Are 44.90, 44.95 short calls being sold against this price action? Bulls are getting a little rambunctious. Yeah, in the upper ranges, a lot of calls are being sold. Don't fucking mention Lily. It hurts too much. Push VIX lower. I'm trying. There's just like, there's not enough VIX left for them to sell. QQQ fucking bounced hard. That must be nice. Apple's still underperforming everything, though. Yeah, none of the Mag 7 are actually moving very hard. I would say RSP is pretty important today. And it kind of seems like they're just trying to hold the level that they got it to in the market yesterday and then follow up by pumping the broader index. It doesn't feel right buying a call here, but it feels like we crawl up today. I don't know if I really don't know if they can get it over the put wall. Like the put wall at 95 is still fucking huge. And still much larger than the call interest at 44.90. It's net negative 21 million gamma. So we'll see. They might be able to breach it, but staying above it's going to be really, really hard. If they could squeeze it out, that would be another story, but it's pretty far dated. I don't think it'll just give up by being tested. This was at 95 were bought at what VIX though? Most of them were added over the last couple days. So pretty low VIX. Any HE news? I don't think so. The CEO of Hawaiian Electric is going to testify um, at a House committee hearing on September 28th. It's a little bit of news. Good time to go long VIX. I wouldn't buy VIX calls. They're overpriced. You can go long volatility, but I wouldn't go long VIX. Where's JFresh? Does he need a wellness check? I'm sure he's fine. Hero was thinking that extremely bearish data may have an impact on the market. It is having an impact. Could this fail hard here? It could. If depends what they de-risk, but yeah, it could. AMC only has 510 million shares left to dilute. Sad face. SCX to 5K is no longer a meme. Yeah, it is. Not only are we like 10% or 12% below the all-time high, we're still like 3% below even the local high, right? Two and a half. And the all-time high, we're fucking way down from there. 6%. 6.7? It's a little off. 6.7, yeah, like 6.7%. What's the top of today's trading range? I mean, personally, I think we're already there. I don't think we're gonna move much above this. Maybe like $5, but even that seems unlikely. We're only up 60 basis points today. A rejection to retest 44.80 would be prime. I'd prefer like 44.60 or 50. Go on, Burke, get bullish with us. Let your hair down. I already sold my calls this morning. Selling Fubo 250 cc's for next week or the following week be risky? Maybe. Might be better to sell them further out. Are they worth selling? Like, what's Fubo at? It's at like 250. Why? It's like barely worth it. Even with theta, I feel like it's probably not worth it. 44.60? Nope. 45.20. Alright, man. If you think it's going to 45.20, shouldn't you buy calls somewhere in between 4,500 and 45.20? Did he ban? I haven't seen him in a while. I don't know. A lot of people left because I like don't cover GME anymore. Well, very much. Love is already weakening your trading foresight. I have 45.50 calls. All right. Don't complain about them to me when they don't go in the money. No, because I can't afford them. I can only afford 45.20. So that's the price it'll go to. That's not how this works. What's there even to cover on GME? There hasn't been much for a long time. Thanks, Michael. How many firstborn sons do I need to... Are you guys actually buying... Oh, 44.50? Why don't you have any fucking theta? $45.50 or $44.50? $44.50. We should tell smaller traders to play XSP or SPY. XSP is tax preferable. Yeah, but it could be a liquid. But I think most of them know that, right? You guys know that SPY and XSP are cheaper versions of SPX, right? There's a gap in the dating market. None of them specifically cater to people who like to think they could get stabbed at any moment and vice versa. Oh, you've clearly never been on Hinge. Incorrect. Wait, there's cheaper? Don't tell Popcorn Trader he'd be way over leveraged. 45.20 is not a joke. Yeah, it is. You said that before. I don't want to read it. I saw it rustle my jimmies, but it's too much nonsense in one sentence. Is this a silly time to buy 1020 SPY 445Ps and 440Ps? 440Ps is pushing it. Low VIX is a range-bound movement after bad data, and low VIX is making them look tempting. Yeah, I don't know about the 440s. I don't know how hard they're gonna, fight for 4,400. Feeling in physical danger loses its charm eventually. Yeah, it's only good for brief periods of time. Thoughts on Tesla puts here? You might get a better entry tomorrow. Tesla degens might pile back into 0 DTEs above 75. Or, well, 1 DTEs. Just shaping up a lot like yesterday was, positioning-wise. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot more calls today than there were yesterday, but structure is fairly similar. Selling the out of the money, holding on to the in the money. 80 and 85 have started to break down a little bit. 70 and 75 have broken down. So they're selling off a little bit of the in the money call interest. Not enough yet to destabilize it, but a decent amount. What's up, dude? I mean, you can ask. Are we going to 45.20 with VIX at 1260? I don't think so. Big gap. Hmm. Yeah, very similar to yesterday. Why does everyone keep asking about 45.20? That's where gamma neutral is. Ugh, feels like this should be the top, but I'm scared of them squeezing calls out, so sell more theta. I said if we broke 44.50, we could see 4,400 by the end of the week. We've never broken 44.50. Since Tesla's running above the levels in the Pickles pick, what do you see as the new risk level? I entered yesterday at, like, after market open at, like, 75. But if Tesla doesn't reject at 75 here today, I would wait. Yesterday it started to reject, so I bought puts, but I have theta on them. I don't need like a perfect entry. But I mean, yeah, the position should have been entered yesterday. It wasn't for today. Did the pumpers comprehend the amount of fucked they're in? I would say that the risk off behavior is indicative that yes, they do. So possibly moving 440p to the November expiration might be a better idea. Or is this more of a waiting until more confirmation to buy further out of the money puts type of scenario? I mean, it's almost never a good idea to buy very far out of the money puts, unless you're buying like a volatility play, which 4440s aren't really. I mean, they could see price improvement on some volatility, but the market would probably have to drop much lower for any serious volatility to pick up. So you're more targeting like the gamma, and October 44 like 440s aren't really great for that. If you're gonna open something like that, maybe like consider selling something against it, like a debit spread. Didn't you say BTU back to 24 this week? It touched 23.99. That's cool. Yeah, commodities price action's been picking up for the last couple days. It's starting to move up to like broader commodities are starting to move up to retest that like 108 level. If they break out above that, we might see like a big run in commodities. Roll or just cut and wait? What expiration? But we're not at 4,500. Let's still do 4,500, 4,510. Was that dumb? I feel like we reject off 4,500 if we test it. Bloomberg, S&P up because cruise lines got upgraded. I have no words. That's part of the overperformance of RSP today. RSP is doing quite well today, so despite tech lagging a little bit, although tech's starting to catch up. Actually, tech catching up was most of like this move above 44.95. We literally hit 44.99. Yeah, but still not 4,500. Believe it or not, that matters. I didn't drown. The data this morning was bearish. Yeah. Someone take the opposite position of Gurk and taunt him with it so he can get pumped up and call the market action play by play. Hmm. Tech was lagging earlier. It picked back up. I just said that. Who's playing the UAW strike possibility? Eh. I mean, I guess I'm short Tesla. We've been here for so long, and we're still literally questioning why the data doesn't make the market move exactly how it should. It's just because people misinterpret the effective data on positioning. Generally, increased risk is not met with risk on behavior to the short side. It's met with risk off behavior on the long side. Tesla put positioning debit spread better at 270.65. I make up your own strikes. Those are just the ones I take. Actually, no, I took 270. 270.60. Still 60 on the sold call, though. I thought Tesla shops aren't unionized. Are they not? So all the Tesla workers are gonna go fight for unionization to get $20 more an hour. No way Elon plays ball with unions. And if his workers push to unionize, what's he gonna do? It doesn't matter if he wants to play ball or not. That's not how that works. Everyone playing SPY, be careful on short-dated options. Their dividend goes out tonight. I've been burned from that in the past. Oh, yeah. Somebody launches first 3-inch sub to combat inflation. It's our time, boys. Nope, there's the test. See, that's a 4,500 test. Can you explain exactly what's happening during de-risking? Yeah, you buy a bunch of short-dated calls. You sell long-dated calls. And then you use the credit from the long-dated calls you sell to buy back your short puts. Then when you're done selling long-dated calls, you close your short-dated long calls. And then the market can drop. Can you please tell them to stop buying NQ? It's been going up for the last 40 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, tech broadly has been catching up. Yep, Jimmy's shitting the bed again. If you have infinite money, do you always win? They don't have infinite money, they just have a lot. And yeah, you win far more often. Hmm. Spot up fix up is very bullish. Interesting. So all of this on the back of 0 DTs, huh? Put interest is picking up at 4,500, 4,490, 580. So 90 and 4,500, and then there's a shitload of puts at 4,495. Those haven't gone anywhere, right? Nope, those are still there. Interesting. Is this it? Is this where it fails? I feel like the reaction here shouldn't be that extreme, but maybe it will be. I'm gonna buy puts. 95s? Yeah. I think I picked the wrong direction today. I mean, based on what you said earlier, you picked 44.50 at a 44.90 market open. So I would say more than just the wrong direction, probably the wrong strike early in the morning. Is de-risking a days, weeks, or months process? Depends on how much you have to de-risk. I seem to remember it was like 3 weeks during the COVID crash. It was a little bit longer than that, but yeah. I mean, there was de-risking going on into the COVID crash for quite some time before it actually crashed. But when it became more apparent that a crash was going to occur, it picked up significantly. But that big pickup was like October through like October of 2019 through Feb of 2020, like middle of February 2020. The last little bit that I think you're referring to was like it was like the first 2 weeks of February. It seems like risk on behavior, not risk off. Then why are all the long calls expiring today? Do you have a total OI change for the Mag 7? No. Yeah. Seems like a waste of time to track. So about that 44.65 close, the market's only been open for like an hour and 45 minutes, like an hour and 15 minutes. 2 hours? 2 hours and 2 hours and 1 hour and 45 minutes? Why are my clocks different? Oh. An hour and 45 minutes. You know, I just like to complain. The faster you lose money, AJ, the less likely I am to hear from you. 4480s sold some for profit, but kept some runners that tripped into a Vietnamese poo-poo spike trap. Ah, I see. Well, you'll just have to see. Overholders of puts yesterday were rewarded greatly. Europe raised rates. We're going to 5,000 now. Yeah, first of all, I don't think we care that much about Europe raising rates. Second of all, it's not bullish. It seems like they're selling a ton of puts, no? Selling calls also brings VIX down. I kind of don't want to wait on Tesla puts. It's risky in this range, but I mean, do what you're gonna do, right? I know the article just says crime. Maybe the market just need to release some squiz at 4,500. Now Downies. There's a little OI still up there, but I don't think it was that significant. We'll see. I just picked up like 90, 44.95 puts on the test of 4,500 there, so at least a small breakdown. Tesla failing 275 again. If it keeps testing though, 0 DTs are going to pile in and it'll pump tomorrow. Unless the market tanks. I've committed to baby bulls. We love buying them. Why does everybody love buying the top so much? Do you have a PT for GME end of week? It's performing a little better, but part of that's the market, so it may still see downside before realizing any kind of run. The tips haven't crossed back over. Today. Well, maybe they have. I guess out here they have. No. Generally from the point that they cross over till a run, there's like there's quite a lot of and well, actually back in March there was, but they did cross over early there. They crossed over on this, oh, that's May. So they crossed over on May 16th and then we didn't run till the 25th, which was still T plus 2. I'd say there's still some more days. March, they crossed on the 17th. We started running on the 22nd. Yeah, so it's probably a few more days. It's hard to say if they've really crossed over here, though. That's kind of my only point of contention, because they did, but fucking barely. But it doesn't matter. Will Labor Day push things an extra day? It shouldn't. There shouldn't be any like delayed settlement that Labor Day would have affected. Citadel's Griffin, unsure stock market rally can continue. Thanks for stating the obvious, Kenny. Why did people buy calls the entire trip up to 4,500 today? I don't know. People get belligerent about their positioning. Married to it, locked in. But the bearish data have caused this pump because they need to de-risk. Yes, that's correct. So it's going to continue, and he's going to make a few more billions selling puts. Actually, no. The breakdown in correlation is bad for Kenny. Kenny wants to crush vol on little stocks, not on SPX. I don't think that's really his game. That's why Citadel didn't do that well last quarter. Or last half. He can't evolve. I don't think like shorting market vol is beneficial to him. I mean, Citadel's short treasuries, but those haven't moved a lot. But like shorting vol on like SPX is not that's not the kind of profits he's really aiming for. No, I don't think Kenny's pumping the market at all. Citadel doesn't have the money to do this. Thanks, Ending. Good morning, dude. Jimmy's up today. Should I unzip my pants? You can if you want to. What if Kenny isn't really a bad guy after all? I mean, he's not, right? He's just a financier. His job is to make money. He's good at his job. He beat his wife with a bedpost, allegedly. I'm not really talking about him in the context of his social life. I don't really know that much about it. But as far as being like some evil manipulative market overlord, they all are if they have enough power and money. How much, if any, of the terminology here would raise an eyebrow at a hedge fund? What do you mean? I mean, retail's like trading vocabulary is a bit different in the way they talk about things, like squart. Yeah, exactly. Um, but it's not that far off that it couldn't be like understood by people who work in the institutional side of it. Something you'll see really often in institutional finance is they don't try to like pick apart positioning. So they'll never say they in reference to like an opposing position or an alternate thesis. They'll always say the market. Like the market is some like omnipotent being that does what it wants when it wants. That has largely to do with the fact that a lot of institutional finance and academic finance reinforces the idea of um like the efficient market hypothesis. I don't do that because I think it's bullshit. Options is a strategic investor calls them pooty toots. You've never read the book. Don't lie to me. The ETF that Fresh posted about in Discord is wild. Which ETF? Fuck, like, you think I know what he posted about? Zero GT options based ETF? What, sell side? It's gotta be sell side. Sell side. So ETF selling puts. NASDAQ? Really? That's riskier. How often does it pay out? I know all about tea. I'm so excited. Now that they got the 4490 levels, you don't think they can push it up higher to rescue the remaining underwater positions they have? I don't think they have a lot more above this. There's some that expired like tomorrow's AM expiration. But I don't think there's a lot of sold puts left at that level for tomorrow's AM expiration. VIX bottom for the day or still to come? I don't know. We'll see how much this pulls back. What happened to Visa? I don't know. Just kind of shitting the bed today. I haven't watched Visa in a long time. Been doing some sort of exchange offer. They're going to release some of the restrictions on transfer of their Class B stock. That's news for yesterday. Tesla slipped 275 again. Hopefully I can lead the way. So today we test 44.95 or 44.90 at some point. Well, I hope we test 44.90 because I'm sitting on 44.95 puts. Ugh. So yeah, I would prefer a rejection below the put wall here. What SJX gap fill below 44.70? Could be today. If in the money calls start having to take profits, we can move down pretty quick. Right now, out of the money calls are taking a lot of profits after the test, but those could rebuild. I don't think we've fallen, like, we haven't fallen far enough. If we fall below 90, it starts to get pretty bearish. Like, back below 90. Then we might see a breakdown. How's Apple looking? Still a piece of shit. I mean, it's definitely not carrying the QQQ right now. They're up a little over yesterday's close, but yeah, it still doesn't look great. Failing 175 is pretty bad for Apple. So here's the problem with entering Tesla at this level, right? If zero DT calls keep coming in, Tesla could pump up to like 281 by the end of the week, which is, it's $6 more to the upside. If you're getting theta or scaling into your position slowly, that's not too bad. But you definitely don't want to take the chance that it continues up here. Like, confirmation of a breakdown is below 271. Above 271, the entries, like, I took the entry yesterday because it was at, like, a pump right at market open. Today, like, because the pump continued up, I probably wouldn't have taken an entry. Isn't Apple critically overpriced? They all are. What the fuck does that matter? Quad witching on average since COVID has had an $81 drop from the high on Thursday to the low on Friday. That's from Charm. If we assume 4,500 was today's peak, that puts us at 44.21 for tomorrow's low. Yeah, getting VIX down here was really important because it reduces their SLD requirements. But that also opens them up to the risk of being like under collateralized on a larger move down. But thank you, Simo. Dodged a bullet today with my son, college pitcher. Had an ortho appointment with shoulder issue. Thought it was bad. Turns out tendonitis. He's back on the bump next week. A happy dad. Nice, man. Yeah, shoulder injuries are pretty serious if you're a baseball player, or especially a pitcher. Hmm. Bounce on 44.95. Um, I suppose it's possible, although not likely. I hope not. Maybe I should have bought 4,500 puts. Yeah, these are doing okay. Ooh, Lily lost 600. That looks kind of bearish. Yeah, this looks like it's going to keep breaking down a little bit. It might stabilize at 95 for a while before falling further, but I think it's going to keep breaking down. I'll be right back. I think I got some just stop set. Yeah. I'm not doubting myself. I just would have had more profit at this point if I'd bought the 4,500, I think. All their bot calls that are supporting the market expire Friday. Most of their bot calls that are supporting the market expire today. SPX below 4K, a meme? Well, a long way off. We got a long way down to go before we hit 4,000. I could see us not correcting to October lows by the end of this year, but I would still expect us to correct down significantly from our current price. And then yeah, we could see it be even worse next year. That I think that depends on a few things. Some of which are now a little more accelerated. Like pressure on the yen is going to increase, especially if the Fed raises rates again. So if the Fed moves up rates or substantially moves up rates this year, like beyond the expected 0.25, we may see Japan forced into a position where they have to capitulate before the end of the year. Um, but I think like valuation wise, with the inflation factors, it's probably pretty likely that we start to see broad profit taking, like over the next 2 months, right? As fears of heightened inflation rekindle and start spiraling up again. I mean, just like on like a macro flow level, I would expect some correction into like quarter 4. Let's pick up some volume and ratchet this thing down. Well, losing 44.95 is a good start. I'm gonna tighten up. Yeah, I'm gonna tighten up my stops. I'm gonna go see if I can find something to eat. I didn't have any breakfast today. All right, I'll be right back. stopped? Fuck me. Alright, that's fine. We'll re-enter again. Hmm. Won't you re-enter again soon? Let's see if it tests. 90. I just want to test 4475. You got a ways to go. It's a 50 BPS drop. I had to stop on my 85s and got caught. I had 95s, so it looks like I would have made about 15% more if I'd closed them at the peak. Now, whatever. I had to make something for lunch. Are we gonna get some food ASMR? I don't know. This Dixie Young carry trade seems to be accelerating the breakdown. Let's see. What's yen at? Yen's not that high right now. And it's getting pressured by the dollar, but it's not so much because the euro and the pound have dropped a lot today. Really having a hard time dropping like 1 month correlation much further than this. At least since July. Let's see if we start to see correlation turn around here. A broader index dump. Where's RSP? What? No. I was just digging through my freezer to find something to eat. Yesterday you noted all the married fathers giving you poor advice because we don't know how to speak to women. After close, I broke up with my fiance and took my girl to the park, and I got 3 dates. Thanks. Congratulations. I forgot about single. That's dating single moms is a totally different category. That's not the same. Why are you lying? What's the dotted cyan line on your SPX chart between fast gamma and GM? It's just a line. I don't think it's special. Could you speculate on as why we're seeing such tame downside in the past days and weeks? We've seen hard rejections on SPX resistance levels, less to de-risk on the test. Yeah, it still looks largely like de-risking. Are your lines the downside perforated? No. So we're gonna do this garbage most of the day. It looks like it. You're right, I'm lying. I still have a fiance and I only got one date. I wonder how much money's been lost chasing the bullish breakout over the last like 3 weeks. Are we chopping for 5 hours like yesterday? I don't know. Volume's drying up a little bit here. Re-enter puts here, confirm the breakdown. I'm not re-entering puts just yet, but maybe soon. Yeah, not just yet. Because we could stay like range bound here between 90 and 4,500 for a while, unless more in the money calls sell off. Yeah, basically, Joe. Hmm. All right, let's try these 95s again. Why are bears going balls deep on 0 DTE puts here? I don't know. Was there... There's like decent volume at the 95 strike. I wouldn't say bears aren't going balls deep, but in the last like 30 minutes, there's 1,600 contracts or so. $16.01. They seem to be more interested in the 90 and the 985, which makes sense. But there's no sense fighting against the in the money puts or in the in the money calls right now. So that's probably why. I don't know. I just picked up I just picked up 44.95s again. One put at 44.90, two calls at 45.20. Am I spread too wide? Sounds like your call side is. Yeah. How do you reconcile all this bearish news, hot CPI, euro hikes, etc., and the market's going up? Will it ever die? What will it take to happen? I think they're just de-risking and they're still like preparing for a larger sell-off. I mean, I have theta on most of my positioning, so I'm not really concerned about this short-term price action. It definitely like 60 basis points doesn't matter to me. Popcorn trader, you could have sold your puts yesterday and then bought them back today. I know you keep losing the sell button. How much they do? Mostly like October and actually I have end of September puts. Um and I have yeah, mostly end of September, October 20 after OPEX, right? No sell, no sell. You can't put the market in jail, popcorn trader. How much data do you have on longer dated puts? Out in October? I have October. October's more bear spreads than it is just straight puts. Um, but I do have some straight up puts in October. 44.75 and 50. Actually 44.25 also. And then I have bear spreads below that 4,400, 43.50 and 4,400, 4,300. Yeah, that's 1,609 44.95 Ps now because I got 8 of them. Let's go down. Yeah, this it may be a little while before we go down. I don't know if we're gonna break up a lot more than this, but it could be a minute before we go down. Did the tips recross? No, they're getting further apart. If Tinder went public, would you go long on them? Probably not. Wait, isn't their parent company already public? Yeah, they are. Match Group. I believe in you, almighty Gurk, not a cult. Okay. I don't think OnlyFans is public. Why would you sell your puts at the fucking top? Why do you do this? I'm not good at this. But like why would this be the point where you're like, that's it. These puts are fucking garbage. Because I'm frustrated? Whatever. Get over it. Fucking everyone's so emotional all the time. No, you I'm not emotional about it. Somewhere in my port, I probably have the same puts as you, and I can give a shit less. You have like October 2445s on SPY, right? You got 37 days to expiry. What the fuck are you worried about? Even if like they broke through and squeezed out all the calls, that would just take like a couple days. Then they'd run out of liquidity again and fail. .5% is so far away. No, it's not. Ooh, are my 95s gonna print? Pronting. Let's go. Isn't 4450 like 100? 4450 is only 100 BPS away from us. Or like 110. It's not that fucking far. AJ, thanks for letting me know that you have 4375 puts. Jesus Christ. I'm not saying they're guaranteed to print, but they have a much higher chance of printing. I mean, it's not something I'd be super concerned about with their current price action. We all know we can't sell 4450 Ps unless they're a full 1% in the money. That's a lot. You followed the ARM thing? I mean, I know about it happening. I don't care about it because it's a fucking IPO. You think they'll find bag holders? I have arms. I use them to trade. Nice. What if you just wanted SPX at 4,500? So you sold deep in the money Pootie Toots. How deep in the money? JFresh is bullish. Who heard him? He's probably just shitposting. Is he being serious or shitposting? Like 90% of the times you guys tell me about things JFresh is saying, he's just shitposting. How often do you find that the market gets stuck in these yucky spots? Where the upside is not likely, but downies isn't really happening either. It's been more frequent lately. But that's just because there's a stronger disagreement. We need a prompt song? Huh. Is the day of the trade considered day one for PDT or the next day? The day of the trade, I think it's the day of the trade. 5 business days from the day of the trade. Is that what you're asking about? Is the guy that makes all the music for the stream gone now? I'm not sure. There's a few people. It's not just one. It's like 5 people. Was the chart this morning a 0 DTE call ramp? Yes. Ooh. Stopped out of my puts. Fun. That's interesting. Where can that go? 10? Maybe I don't want to be stopped out of my puts. Curious. Hmm. Hold on. I just got stopped out of my pits, and I'm trying to think if I want to re-enter them or not. Ooh. Hmm. Fuck, I really do want to re-enter them. Okay. You know what I'll do? I'll buy tomorrow 4500s. If they'll fill. One more pump. A little bit of chutzpah. You can do it. ARM just went live, and it seems to be finding lots of bag holders. One second. I don't care about ARM. What the fuck am I not getting a fill on that? Why won't the market maker sell me fucking puts? No, it's not the AM contract. Go fuck yourself, Barry. I mean that in the nicest way possible. Great, now my broker crashed. You fucking piece of shit. I mean, I have an order in, but... It's just IBKR being a fucking... Ah! There it goes. Thank you for your support and helping us understand the market. Thank you so much, smiley face with a squiggly nose. I appreciate it, man. Oh. Still won't sell me the fucking option. I'm like at the ask. Okay. There we go. What's your favorite type of rice? I recently got some jasmine from Costco, and it's so much better than my normal white enriched rice. Oh. What do I have? I don't have a lot of rice at my house. I think I have, Nishiki and, Arborio. I don't remember the brand. I don't I don't have any basmati. Let the fill come to you? No. The screen's frozen. Where'd the VIX go all the way over there? If we don't get $15, red 1 minute candles, are the bears dead? No? What bears? There's not a lot of bears up here. Are we gonna break down here? I fucking hope so. I just bought a bunch of puts. I'll be right back. Correct. You can't get puts on ARM, it just IPO'd. Yeah, very, very careful with that. I bought one DTE puts at 4,500, so... I get the mechanics behind all of this on SPX, but when I look at the chart, it feels like it's telling me 2 plus 2 equals 5. My head hurts, and I'm tired. I mean, it sounds like you're just ultra focused on the one-day price of S&P. Zoom out a little. Look at a different chart. What's up with ARM? It just IPO'd. I know you've discussed this before, but what percent of your port would you allocate to a trade? And what percent profit would you take on scalps? I mean, it depends on what I'm doing in the account. If I'm only scalping, it depends on your portfolio size too. If I was only scalping, probably no more than 5 to 10% of the port per position. Profits, I mean, it varies, especially when you're scalping. I don't generally set like a fixed take profit on scalping. It kind of defeats the purpose of scalping with options. But I would usually have like a fixed stop loss of 10%. 44.95, 0 DTEs dead. I sold them earlier when we went down to 44.90. They got stopped out. You have to adjust those percentages for the product you're trading, for your portfolio size, for your own personal risk tolerance. Like, that's... Hmm. What's the charm situation like today? Charm's positive going into today because there was a lot of calls bought at market close yesterday. I would imagine that if we're under 44.90 going into the end of the day, that would be pretty bearish. Dixie bouncing back. That's good. I still think we have a while before this breaks down, though. Maybe another hour, hour and a half. I guess it could be a little faster if volume picks up, but right now volume's pretty low. Is breaking back to 44.95 going to be tough with the positioning? Um, hmm. A little bit? But that's also one of the reasons I think it might take a while for us to break down. $4,500 is important for the AM expiration. But I don't know how much importance that's gonna have until like the end of the day today, maybe tomorrow. Like the overnight session. Do they have some? They have short dated support at 4,500. Chase price action is more divergent today with volume. You just mean volume's higher today? Futures volume's higher today than yesterday. It's also increasing. Yesterday had 1.7 million futures volume. Today's already at 1 million, and we're only halfway through the day. Today definitely... I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But so far this morning and into this afternoon, volume is higher than yesterday. I'm not... SPX doesn't have any fucking volume. Are you talking about options volume? If I'm missing your point, it's because you're not explaining it. I mean, I'm looking at the chart, but there's more volume so far today than yesterday. And then the prices, most of the price improvement that has occurred in the higher volume intervals. All three of which are higher than they were yesterday. I mean, the divergence that you're referring to from yesterday to today is 0.39%. Nope, 0.36%, which you definitely can't see visually. Is this an ascending bear flag? No, this is an ascending triangle, which is bullish. How do you see tomorrow playing out? I'm actually not sure yet. So up until last night, Charm was really fucking low. And then it moved up a bunch last night, but it's still much lower than it usually is during the OPEX period. So today obviously is going to increase that a lot, but I don't know how much. That's not what an ascending bear flag is. First of all bear flags are ascending. But this is an ascending triangle. Same resistance point on the higher tests. These usually lead to bullish breakouts. What? No. But it kind of looks like a bear holding a flag. I mean, I guess if you want to go back here, it's a bear flag. Is the market picking a direction and we're bullish now? You can be whatever the fuck you want to be. Stop asking me so many fucking questions. I'm not mad. You just keep asking me the same thing over and over again because I assume you don't know how to manage the position you're holding. So you're trying to ask me different ways after just dealing with your inane commentary on volume versus price action for 15 minutes. I wrote you a haiku to celebrate my generational tax write-offs. Ooh. Did you DM it to me? If the 3 minutes of interaction felt like 15, you might be big mad. It's been constant all day. Here you go. At 12:45, yeah, more divergent wind breakdown. Hold on, let me find where you start all of this. $12.41. Actually, it's still going on, but $12.52. That's 10 minutes. $12.53. It's $12.54 now. At 12:16, you asked de-risking or just pumping. Looks like straight pumping. VIX is not moving. Hold on, can I just search these? This would be so much easier. You have 20 comments in the last hour. All of them relatively the same fucking question. So if I seem pissed, it's specifically directed at you. Pee pee poo poo. You way to make market poo. That is all. Pee poo. Bro, I just saw your video on gamma ramp versus gamma squeeze from a year ago. Just subscribed. Okay, cool. Welcome aboard. I didn't know I made that video. New people chat quick. Don't be weird for 5 minutes. That's not possible. You searching through comments to single someone out made you a real streamer. I've done that before. It's like AJ when he's trying to sell fucking calls, man. Just ease up. Let the market play out. It's not even moving that much in a 1 hour time period. I'm not a centaur. VIX is too low for SLD. VIX can go up very quickly. And is it? I don't remember August SLD going up that fucking much. It went up like $3. I was on board of this rant until you said you aren't a centaur. Now I don't know what to believe. I'm not a centaur. I'm a human being. Centaurs aren't real. Ha, that's what a centaur would say. Are you gonna see Dumb Money? Is it on Netflix? I don't go into movie theaters, partially because of the principle, partially because of AMC. My favorite thing is imagining how many times the neighbors have heard "I'm not a centaur" shouted out. I mean, I didn't shout. The amount of times you've said "I'm not a centaur" is more absurd than the idea that you are a centaur at this point. The joke was funny for a long time. No, it wasn't. But now it's become ridiculous. Yeah. Played out. I don't know, maybe C-Mill. I don't want to brag, but I made money on my AMC Dead Cat Bounce play this week. Where was the squeeze? I don't want to. Are Fidelity's option strats even close to accurate? Option stats? Negative 1.2 million delta? Might be close. Hold on. It's off by like point one, so maybe it's a little delayed. We were at 1.2 at 1240. Are you still bearish? I mean, I bought 4500s for tomorrow, like on the put side. I don't really want to play the call side above 4500. It could be worth it. It doesn't feel like it is. I don't see enough like I don't really see enough positioning above 4510 to warrant it. That could come in later today, but right now it's not there. That should push down on price, right? I mean, eventually. How does WeBull give you more timely data than Fidelity? WeBull has net delta? Where? Is that an option? That's not a thing. I have calls. I can confirm it's garbage. I removed all my put stops. Get fucked, bulls. You're trapped. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, we just found like a big pile of lithium, right? Somewhere. I don't know where it was. Montana? Awesome. I told you guys before, there's shitloads of lithium everywhere. It is kind of difficult to extract though. So that the extraction part of that could take a while. If this hits 3K today, I'll be a very wealthy man. That's not possible. For real, dude, why are people entering calls at resistances? Enter them on the way up. That way you have some level of protection. I sold all mine this morning. Well, I guess not at market open, but I was out of the straddles and my bull call spreads at like 1045, right around there. The first test of like 95, I cut them because of the put wall. I'm gonna I'm gonna give you guys a hint. Buying calls and puts at market close. You know what? Never mind. I can just do this. I don't even have to talk. How do I search that? Hmm. Oh, what the fuck? Why are all my programs crashing today? Is that working again? Sorry about that, guys, on Discord. I've never seen single-digit VIX before. We're still a very long way away from single-digit VIX, Popcorn Trader. I don't think that's happened since, like, before Volmageddon. Are we, though? Yeah? It looks like 3 away. Well, I mean, single-digit would be 9.99, which is what, 20... 23, 20, 20, 23.5%. No, 3. Okay. Oh. Maybe breakdown now? I hope so. Fucking waited long enough. What happened to the end of day straddle lesson? I've talked about it 9,000 times. I've made at least 3 videos on the end of day straddle subject and why they're beneficial. I've talked about them literally every day since October of last year. Vix isn't going to give us the end of day straddle lesson because it doesn't work. They're amazing. You've never bought a put and a call at the same time. Don't lie to me, Popcorn Trader. I've bought them constantly. I just keep forgetting the call leg. Cat Lady's friend is a honey jar. A, a honey jar trap? You mean just a honey trap? She kicked over the Reddit servers and planted a virus on your computer when you gave her access to the pickle sanctum. You think I don't lock my computer? QQQ straddles okay for small ports are not worth it. Yeah, they're decent. QQQ generally has more range in a day than Spy does. So IWM's probably better than QQQ recently. Yeah. Either IWM or QQQ for smaller portfolios. If you want the cash settlement, you could do XSP, but sometimes it's hard to get good fills. Honey pot? Maybe it's honey pot. I don't know. You called her a jar trap, and now I can't remember what the actual expression is. So I know TA is largely garbage. What are you going to ask me about it? And humans find patterns in everything. But why is it that I can draw a ascending triangle on the 5-minute and we seem to stay in it? Serious question? Wait, what? Where's there... What ascending triangle have we stayed in on the 5-minute? We broke out of that. You just mean like this? For 4 minutes, we stayed in it. Well, that's the beauty of technical analysis, is you can just keep moving it, right? I mean, price realization happens, especially on SPX. More so on futures, you'll notice without with like larger increments. You'll find even more reliability in trends because those are the levels where there are buyers. I mean, it's partially psychological and sellers. But on SPX, you'll see that most of those ranges tend to be where the options are, like where the options contracts are. At what PT would you be selling CCs on BTU? I mean, I'm kind of just hoping my CCs on BTU for tomorrow don't get assigned, and then I'm probably not going to sell any for a little while because commodities are moving up. TA is semi self fulfilling a little bit. Is that just consolidation? Largely an effect of, fewer and fewer participants, resulting in less and less volume, and fewer buyers the higher the price gets, right? I mean, that's really what TA is telling you. XSP is literally 1/10 of SPX and is tax preferred, but options are more illiquid, so you need to have good limit prices. SPY has different supports, resistances, not tax preferred, but liquid. Yep. Also, not cash settled. Cash settlement is an important aspect there. XSP is cash settled. So TA works very much like stops. Keep moving the line until you've lost all the money. I mean, TA changes too, right? It's like, especially if you're doing it in the intraday, it's dynamic. No, they pump on the bad news. So I showed everyone this yesterday in option strat, and I think I clipped it, but I can give you like a basic overview of how this works. Hold on. Fuck. Oh, there we go. All right, so you've sold somewhere in the low range. You've sold. Oh, hold on. You sold this 4400p. That's now worth a lot less than when you sold it, right? Try to remember these because I don't want to fuck with all the values. And this 4400p exposes you to volatility risk if the price drops, right? See how that works? On the loss side, not the gain side. And so we're trading up here, and bearish news comes out, And you want to close this position, right? So you can de-risk your overall Vega risk. So you buy short-dated calls. So let's say this is today, right? And you buy a bunch of these. And this holds the market up, right? Because you're buying them here, and you're buying them here. And relatively they're very cheap compared to your sold put, right? We could probably leverage up the sold put so it's equivalent. There. Right. And so what you can do is while you're holding these contracts, you can start selling out of the money calls for that same expiration or at the money calls. So say you sell the 425, right? And then you can sell enough of those to then buy back your puts. And then if the market drops and vol goes up, you make money on the downside beyond your spread risk. Like these will lose money, but you'll make money off of the sold calls. And then you can close these for profit and allow the market to fall. So that's how they do it. They rotate their short put position to a short call position. It doesn't get them out of short treasuries, but you could do a similar thing there. The red's only there because I didn't close the short dated calls. If you close the short dated calls, you're just profitable to the downside, right? So once you take profit on your zero DTEs, then the market falling, you profit off of the market falling. So you're rotating the short put into a short call. And since you sold the short put close to the money, it's worth much less up here, right? So you can sell the equivalent like short call here and then use that credit to buy back the put. Now you've removed your downside Vega risk, and then you close out your DTEs, like your zero DTEs. So once you take profit on these, the market falls. Except this time when the market falls, you don't have Vega risk. How far do you see this going up to? I mean, I thought we would have topped out at like 45, but we got another little leg up with NQ there. So they would have pumped this regardless of the data? No. If the data is bullish, you don't de-risk shit, right? You just add more risk. If the data is bearish, then you start de-risking. Profit is money made above your initial input minus your costs. So it's not a joke on bearish news we pump. There's a method to the madness. No, they're just buying zero DTs with billions of dollars and like tapping each other on the shoulder and going, hey, let's see where this is going to go. If they hold things up with zero DTs, does that imply that this plays out within a day? More likely after the AM expiration for some of this to play out, but they can always buy more zero DTEs, right? I mean, that happened this morning. Going into like over in the overnight session, there weren't a lot of calls on the upside. They all came in before market open. So, I mean, I will say that they determined before the ECB or the um PPI data came out that they were going to push for the 4490 like upside range. I mean, they've been selling calls all day. That's probably why well, one of the reasons VIX is dropping, right? And then also the reason that we're not rocketing up and we have, negative 1.2 million delta. That's because they're selling shitloads of calls, 1.4 million delta. Well, I guess that's closer to 1.2 again. 1.225. 1.25? 1.25. Let's say 1.25. That's hard to see. I need to zoom in on that somehow. Meanwhile, Dixie and USD JPY are going parabolic. Yep. So in other words, October 23rd, 4500p, same like free money. I mean, that's a lot of theta for an at the money position, but it's not free money. There's still risk. But yes, it does have a high chance of going in the money. Dixie up, market up. Yeah, it's very backwards. That probably won't last long. You have to remember that their positions look a lot like this right now. Like if you remove all the fucking like zero DT positioning and you forget about the risk rollover that they're attempting. Like their positions are kind of structured like this. And then they're larger here on these strikes. Let's say 50. Let's do that, and then we'll do 100 here. And this is like 50. We'll do, these are like right. So these are all their like sold puts. But if you look at like what happens, when price drops or volatility rises, right? Their probability of those going in the money goes up significantly. See? And it doesn't, I mean, because they're so heavily leveraged, it doesn't take a lot. Like, if we look at this as like percent profitability, right? This is where vol is right now, right? On a drop to 450, Let me try to trim this down a little. So we get 450. So like on a drop to 450 right now, they would have a 50% loss positionally, and they have way more contracts than I do here. But I just want to give you an idea, right? And if volatility moves up 1 point at 50, they now have a 20% greater loss, right? Volatility moves up to like VIX moves up to 15, and then they have almost 100% loss. You can see them. They're in the data. They're blatantly obvious. They're not doing anything to hide them. They're right there. Sold puts give you credit to buy short dated calls. Sell puts, buy short dated calls, move the market up, right? And you just keep walking the market up with short dated calls while you sell puts. It's not uncommon for bullish positioning to be heavily short puts, right? But the manner in which these come in, and the, you know, considering that like a lot of these like giant sold put orders or block orders, um or you know, or within like a tick of the 0 DTE call purchase, they're very structured, right? It's not like random participants are just selling as many puts as they can. They're built up and protected at very key levels and carefully managed, right? Which reduces the number of possible participants because there's not a lot of chaos. So it could be one entity, it could be a few entities, right? But it's not a lot of entities. It's not like everybody in the market is on the understanding that like you should be selling the 4450 put, right? But everyone's selling the 4450 put. And that tells you that it's not a lot of people. Can anyone recommend a good restaurant in Seattle for a business meeting? I can't. On a scale of half squared to Bury, how many Vega contracts did you pick up today? I think only like 25. Most of like the Vega contracts I bought were bought at like VIX 13, so this isn't a great improvement on that. They've bled some theta, so I've added to them because of that, but like the vol hasn't changed sufficiently. So it'd be silly not to be buying near the money puts right now. I mean, I bought near the money puts. I don't know what else I can say about it. If I become pontiff, you're teaching me your chopped cheese recipe? It's not a chopped cheese. Starbucks. You'll be able to charge your phone. Oh, you can go to the fancy. Doesn't Seattle have one of the fancy Starbucks? They have one of those here. I'm confident it's BOA because I hate B of A and I hate the pumpers. Hmm. Ostiaria? Ostiaria La Spiga. There you go. That sounds fancy. How do you offset theta on the Vega contracts? Being far out of the money, it probably is not worth selling anything against them. Yeah, it's really not. You don't? I don't have a griddle. What on earth is a fancy Starbucks? I can't remember what they're called, but there's one here in the city. If I become Pontiff, can you introduce me to your crazy cat lady neighbor? No, Pontiff doesn't come with. I go to you, not you to me. I want to become Pontiff. I want to wait. Win the lottery just to buy Pontiff to see the look on your face when your worst fear is realized. I don't like traveling. Hmm. When VIX to VIX futures correlation greater than 80%? That's my question. They've got to be like they're like out of VIX to short. All they're doing at this point is just bouncing it around. DN test early next week before FOMC? Maybe. We may revisit like the lower range before then. I don't know if we'll hit DN. Still got to break 44.50. Starbucks Reserve. That's what it's called. I went to the one in the Empire State Building. They have a secret restaurant in the basement. Huh. I didn't know they had one in the Empire State Building. Maybe they have more than one in New York now. I thought the other one was in like the meatpacking district. That is what it's called, though. Thank you, Dwayne. Doesn't keeping the price higher for longer allow them to de-risk more of their position? Actually, even more than that, if they're able to move it above gamma neutral, they get to de-risk their position right into the market makers' waiting arms. So they get a buyer for their dog shit positioning. And the market maker acts as a stabilizer against de-risking. The menu is totally different than regular Starbucks. Yeah. I've I've only like seen it. I know they have drinks too. Speaking of Pontiff, Gen, we're back on this week. What's happening here? Hold on. There's no crowdsourcing Pontiff. I shall ride on your centaur back without a saddle through the streets of New York when I achieve Pontiff. I want to buy Pontiff and run away across the world and make you chase me for weeks. Alright. Just go to cool places. Will that include market maker cuddles too? Maybe. If I become Pontiff, would you travel to the Czech Republic? I got a very sweet and cozy rundown hotel room waiting for you. Abduction, fun, and the night included. Hostel 4, large pickle edition. Nah. They had coffee that doesn't burn? Yeah. Yeah, they actually have good coffee. It's I've heard it's far better than the standard Starbucks fare. It's like where that sounds like where in the world is Carmen San Diego? I would fucking love to play like a real life game of where in the world is Carmen San Diego. I had that game on Sega when I was a kid. It was the fucking best. I said Carmen, not Cartman. If this breaks up here, how bad are the Bears hurting? I don't think the Bears really care. Most of the bearish positioning is not only farther dated, but currently out of the money. I drew you guys like a really nice chart of the bearish positioning last night. I felt like the giant red box was very clear, but maybe it wasn't. Feel free to leave a comment about why you didn't understand the chart. I don't think the Bears really care, right? They just bought Theta. Like, why burn a lot of money giving bulls liquidity in these price ranges, right? You just sell all your calls above fucking gamma neutral and then buy long dated puts. That positioning's been growing over the last couple weeks. Don't be greedy with your likes. Have you heard the Eric Cartman version of Bring Me to Life by Evanescence? No. What if the Pontiff wants to come to you? More money. It's outcall service only. Is it likely we get a sell off end of day? Small, like back to 4,500. We might get that before the end of the day. What if you fall in love with a female pontiff? I don't know if that would happen. I don't think that's like a thing I do anymore. Long dated puts get blown up once the date rolls around. Earlier this year, they had July puts that got wrecked, and not August got wrecked. Wait, not August got wrecked? Same thing will happen for October. You just roll them. Is the commodity super soaker finally squirting yet? It's squirting a little bit. It hasn't broken out, but it's moving back up to retest the breakout. Are you saying I didn't buy enough theta on my 1 DTE 4400p? Probably not. Hey, Gurk, do you think that now, since the ECB hiked, chances of Powell hiking will be priced in by next week? I mean, the equities market isn't pricing in any hikes right now. They're not only are they not pricing in hikes, they're really not pricing in a pause either. And they're definitely not pricing in continued inflation. But um it's possible that like CME and swaps would price like swap market, or like the CME Fed cast or whatever the fuck it's called. Fed Now. I can't remember. Fed Watch. Something like that. It's possible that they'll start to price in like a higher chance. Can you switch to bottom chat and read some of my awful commentary? Just kidding. Don't indulge me. I love you, Pickle Man. Thanks, Dump into Close. I just didn't know if losing the 44.95-ish level had broader implications, or if the bears just weather the storm. It's not really a storm. I mean, the price action today is not as crazy as everyone seems to be making it out to be. We were trading higher than this like last week. This is still a lower high. It's the third in a series of highs that are lower, as a matter of fact. It hasn't become a higher high yet. No, I think Zim is a terrible, terrible, terrible fucking investment. They have a product that literally everyone else uses, or everyone else has, right? Like Microsoft has what is it? Teams. I don't know what the fuck the other ones are. I don't have like an office job, but you guys know what you use. They were just massively fucking overvalued, right? I'm just pissy because the stops on my 0 DTEs 44.95 puts got gapped over. Oh. I mean, 44.95 definitely isn't out of the question yet. That does suck, though. The price action today is not crazy at all, but the part that we, the complainers, are mad about is bearish data causing ups. You explained why already, but that's the root cause. I mean, how many times do you need to see like bearish data come out and then like 3 days later they're like, "Oh, now the market's absorbing the fact that this data wasn't that great." Like economic data does not necessarily direct like market performance, right? Like everyone knew this morning, first thing this morning when I started talking on the Discord that they'd bought a shitload of calls, right? Yes? No? They knew that futures had moved up overnight. They knew we were going to open in the higher range. So I feel like there wasn't like a surprise there. Maybe that's just me because time doing this, but I'm not surprised there wasn't an immediate knee jerk reaction to hot PPI or hot CPI. I mean, first of all, you know that the analysts undercut it, right? On both prints, they undercut CPI and PPI by a lot. They missed, right? So immediately, all the bulls are on the back foot because now the data that they'd pitched as bullish for the last 3 weeks has turned out to be, in fact, quite bearish. And de-risking behavior in indexes almost always propagates some upside. I explained this yesterday too when CPI came out and we traded at 44.80 and then everyone was rewarded for overholding their puts all day. But that's lucky, right? Like that doesn't always happen. It's not always positioned to break down so beneficially. I was surprised they got it over the put wall. That was impressive. But zero DTEs have a lot more gamma than long dated puts, so a lot of the price action above 4,500 doesn't seem all that relevant to me. BTU's doing pretty good today. Hitting 4,500 was a surprise. That I can admit. Especially after the two initial failures, because they kept driving for it, and they didn't really lose any of their like zero DTE call support. This is another way that you know, by the way, for anybody who wants to ask about the who's they question who thinks they're so fucking smart. You're at peak Dunning-Kruger, by the way, if that's your question. The one of the reasons you can tell that it's either one or very few, maybe like two entities conducting this is because nobody's taking profit on their calls, right? So you have these blocks of like 50,000 zero DTE calls that are going not only in the money but like deep in the money and experiencing multiple rejections without ever closing a single contract. That's not multiple participants. That's not the behavior of multiple participants because multiple participants don't act in concert. I'm just putting cohesive thought process together. Yeah, that's difficult with you because of the autism. All the erratic comments, complaints, hopefully at least helps understand where we're coming from. I mean, I get it. I just think that the reaction is over the top unless you don't have a lot of theta. And if you don't have a lot of theta, you should have just fucking closed your shit, right? No. I'm not full porting ARM. I'm not touching it. I don't fucking go any, like, even more so than earnings, I don't go anywhere near IPOs at all. I love seeing NVIDIA fall while the market pumps. Yeah, I was actually surprised that it failed at 60. That was interesting. I would have expected short call sellers to wait a little longer for more upside. They did not. they sold the fuck out of they sold the fuck out of 50 and 60 as soon as they could. All these things you're saying are 100%. And sometimes like it's just be patient, right? Like it doesn't always move as quickly as you want. And this is why having theta is good. Because you could be right but have the wrong amount of theta. That's why I didn't even fuck around on the second put entry up here. I just bought one DTEs for tomorrow, right? I didn't want to. I didn't want to fuck around with the zero DTEs. They'll probably print and I'll probably close them today. But I don't want the volatility and the premium that I would experience with zero DTEs, right? I wasn't expecting BTU to pop today. I said yesterday that it had a shitload of calls on it. You mentioned yesterday utilities going up. Is that a sign of people fleeing to safer havens? Yes, usually. I think they're up even more today, but yeah. My problem is usually that it moves quickly, not slowly. I mean, Apple's still fighting with the like 76 and 75 range. I do worry if Apple stagnates for too long that it'll start to build up some call interest again. And then we're going to have to wait for that to cycle out. But right now, I'm not super concerned. I don't think the range that Apple's currently in is overly bullish or anything. Why are you so sure we'll drop today, though? Well, because the interest supporting our current price mostly expires today. And I mean, they haven't moved the price up sufficiently to hold all of that interest into close, right? Um, and so some of it is going to be pressured to capitulate. I mean, today is not very different than yesterday. We're at a higher range, but the behavior of participants is largely the same. There's more calls than yesterday, but that's probably in an effort to protect some of the AM expiry for OPEX tomorrow, right? So they went a little harder today on the call side than yesterday, but like the rest of the behavior is very similar. 4480 possible today or a bridge too far? 4480 could be difficult. That's quite a drop. It's definitely not impossible. I mean, technically we could fill the gap, but I mean, it is 4480 is kind of a hell of a drop. That's 50 BPS from where we're at now. So it would not only have to sell off, but it would have to sell off hard to get down that low. 4500 would have to basically just entirely give up all of their positioning and take profits. And probably 95 and 90 as well. We would need a big enough move for people to start buying into zero DTE puts. So yeah, I would say we'd have to lose a couple levels, like major levels, sequentially. But if that happened, yeah, then we could see it. I mean, the majority of the OI is going to be on the AM expiration usually. How do you feel about 4465 put expiry next week, Friday? Next week, Friday? It's not terrible. I don't like how far out of the money it is, but it's not. We could probably see that range. I sold my 4480Ps already, so I'll be really disappointed if that happens. I think they're still for sale. Yeah. Yeah, the tips on HE touched today. I don't know what the fuck that means for HE, but they did touch. It's not like HE has like a long history of OPEX runs or something. It doesn't even have a very long history of being shorted ever, right? It's a utility. If you have an options contract with a $0 bid, is it possible to fill it a zero on a market order? No. I mean, there has to be some amount transacted. I'm gonna be honest, the 40 KOI on the November 16 4000P seems excessive. Those are probably largely sold. Where's the breakdown confirmed? Under 95. 95 is the last, like, strong call support level. It's not that strong. Most of it's already taken profits. But it is stronger than, well, the levels below it. 4500 is the strongest level and the most important level to break down. But I would say if you want to confirm more downside, it would be at like 95 and 90. I think under 90, there's very little call positioning under 90 for today. So under 90, it starts to get possible to like fill the gap. But we also need you need puts to come in. Now there's longer dated puts at 75 and lower. There's still longer dated puts at 95. There's some puts right now at 95 and 90, but most are at 4500. So yeah, we'd probably want to see the 90 level, lose the 90 level, and then there's a chance at some downside today. I think that's been mostly true since market open. Why doesn't the MM just... I think the minimum order for SPX is 5 cents. I just noticed that Docu didn't recover like the others. No. Although Daku's now moving back into my buy range, which is exciting. Maybe I should start selling $40 calls on or $40 puts on it now. I guess it could go lower. Yeah. Maybe I'm just done with Daku. It's been a great stock for covered calls this year. Really, really good earnings IV. And ironically, very little earnings performance. So all these downs and VIX one day didn't move. Why is that? And VIX moved up a little bit. But VIX isn't going to go up substantially unless there's like a lot of put buying or a lot of short puts being closed within the auction window of like 23 to 37 days. Remember that all like VIX is actually like everyone says that VIX doesn't get manipulated, right? Like that's kind of like a meme among like vol traders, but like if somebody really wanted to, it's extremely easy to manipulate the price of VIX, right? You would just sell short puts on SPX anywhere between 23 and 37 DTE, which right now is like October 7 through like October 20, roughly. I'm doing some back testing on VIX. It definitely works better on the chest. Man, I need to get back to work. Yeah, maybe. Talking to an engineer at Polaris, he said that after COVID bucks ran out, everyone's buying bottom of the line machines. Vehicles like that, I assume, get hit harder than others during a recession. Puts? I mean, any discretionary spending gets hit in a recession. So, I mean, given that I think a lot of Polaris's sales are on the utility side. Although I don't know, you'd find a breakdown of their sales, like how much of their sales is going to like, you know, corporations and state agencies versus like the public consumer. Because I feel like agent like forestry service and firefighters and shit like that in rural areas are probably buying a lot more of their vehicles than individual consumers, or at least make up a significant chunk of their sales. And I would try to determine how much, right? But yeah, I mean, discretionary spending sectors do tend to get hit hard in a recession. I didn't catch your PT on EXR. I didn't really have one. I just kind of wanted to hold it. I mean, I don't think it moved. I don't think it moved back up to like 160 or maybe even into the $200 range is impossible, provided business picks up substantially for them. I think as far as their balance sheet goes, that looks quite good. They just made an acquisition. I think that'll help them out in the long term as well. My biggest problem with buying EXR right now, and the only reason I haven't bought even more of it, is the dividend yield is quite low, especially for a REIT. Um, And you're kind of taking on the risk of the business at the same time as well. And I think that might make it a little unattractive to people right now. But I also think that that's one of the reasons it's trading at such a low price. Do you think revisiting 4350 by November is likely? I mean, it's possible. November gives you enough time to see if this breaks down sufficiently for that to happen, or breaks up enough that it won't. I think Tesla follows Nvidia, or has this been bullish accumulation at 275? I don't know. Search Tesla on Wall Street Bets and see how many of the top, or the posts in the last 20. Actually, just see how many of the posts in the last 4 hours have been Tesla YOLOs. Put or call, don't say both. I'm this close to saying fuck it and converting everything to Express shares. Oh, Jesus God. Do you want to be a minority stakeholder in Express? Why is Tesla popping the last couple of days? It kind of shit the bed 2 days ago. And then it's had a bit of a recovery since then. But it's still below the high on, like, what was that, Tuesday morning? It initially had a shitload of short dated options interest. Then the market moved down and all the weeklies got scared off the chain. And they've been reaccumulating since yesterday. Basically. I'm not DRSing Express's float. Even though it is only 3 million shares. That actually kind of sounds fun. The issue with directional options plays is that by the time you get confirmation that it likely won't move your way, the value of the option has dropped significantly. You're digging for confirmation way too late. Like the 4500s I bought for tomorrow, if we'd moved up to 4512, would have gotten stopped out. Actually, they probably would have gotten stopped out a little lower than that. I think you're giving your options, if that's the case, you're giving your options way too much breathing room. Or you're getting blown up by overnight moves, and that's more of a hedging issue. Here's something fun you can do. If you think an option's going to be, like, if the market's going to be trading in a range very far outside of, like, where your options are, right? Like, say your options are way down here, right? This is your puts. Is just open debit spreads. So you benefit from the theta decay, right? And then, once you get your confirmation, close the short side. That way you're taking on less risk. Or learn to manage straddles and condors. I meant more than move from 250 to 275. Oh, the $25 move was all the hype around their supercomputer. Can Macy's see any OPEX action? Maybe. It was shorted pretty hard, so it was also selling. Yeah, but yeah, it could. If I remember, like historically, Macy's isn't super great at that. I did buy some shares at the bottom here, mostly just because I think it's kind of undervalued right now. I don't plan on holding them for very long. Yesterday we had a $20 drop in SPX in about 10 minutes. Let's just do that again. That'd be cool. $5 minute and 15 minute are looking bearish. It's starting to turn. Give me 1 second. I gotta set some stops on these calls. So if it falls under 45, that would be um okay. Hey Gurk, tell these guys the story of Piggly Wiggly guy that tried to take down the Wall Street. Ah, Clarence Saunders. So, fuck, back in like the 1920s, um, Piggly, I think Piggly Wiggly still exists in some places. It was like a corner store kind of establishment, market kind of deal. So short sellers started shorting the fuck out of it and spreading rumors that the parent company was failing. And the stock started dropping really fast. So Clarence Saunders, the at the time he was a Piggly Wiggly stockholder, decided to fight back against the short sellers, and he got a loan and used up all of his own money and bought up all of the Piggly Wiggly stock, driving the price of Piggly Wiggly up a lot. I think it went up like it was like 40 or 50% or something like that. So he's trying to corner the market and squeeze out the short sellers. So the short sellers started to scramble to buy shares, and Piggly Wiggly started rocketing. And then NYSE came in and suspended all trading on Piggly Wiggly, and Saunders lost millions and millions of dollars. How do I take on less risk while simultaneously making more money? That's hard. Generally, taking on less risk means that you will reduce your profitability, but that's also okay. Not everything has to be MOASS. We might not get PDT in Canada. But yeah, but you guys also can't sell puts. But most brokers make it really difficult to sell options, even if covered. Okay, never mind. I didn't finish your sentence. I'm sorry. 3 minutes looks like it's about to break down. 5 minutes looks like it's about to break up. Tricky, tricky. Did you hear what? What did I hear? What? You think? I think SPX finished short. Maybe it's about. It's been enough time trading at the top here. Puts are ridiculously more expensive than calls. 3-to-1 ratio. They're not cheap. They were cheaper earlier. This is a true story. Pigs are smart as fuck. See, buy, hold, TRS book. This is the 1920s too, so that was real money. Yep. Was there no big lawsuit fallout? I don't know. Probably. It doesn't matter. He got fucked. He got fucked out of millions and filed for bankruptcy. I just want to announce I'm an extremely valuable commodity and I will be taking part in the next cycle. Noted. And yes, you are, Edwin. Don't ever think less of yourself. I thought the ECB hike was bearish. It is. My uncle used to own like 6 Piggly Wigglies. Damn. That's 6 more than I would ever consider buying. A tale as old as time. Well, you missed it, but there was the sound of Vix getting its first chest hair again, but it got slurped back into its body. The video to 0, Gherk will go into hiding with his 200 Ps and make him a billionaire. I almost have enough of them. I'm really gonna stop averaging those down. It's a very unhealthy habit. He got it half right. He lost someone else's money? No, he used all of his own money as well. He used all of his own money and then he got a loan. I don't remember how much it was for, but he got like a big fat loan from some bank. And why not bear? I am bearish. What do you mean, why is the price not down? They're still de-risking shit. Although they might be done for today. Maybe done for today is done for the next couple weeks. So anyway, you doxed your lady friend's company. The second you said sweatshop, it's Nike? No. Alright, Ben. Did you get a private screening of Dumb Money? No. I'm sure it'll be on, like, HBO or something at some point, and then I'll watch it. Maybe. I don't know. It depends. It depends on how many seasons of How It's Made I have left. I think we're gonna sell off into close so they can have their special short the VIX Friday. Weekly celebration of TOD. The VIX does love to get shorted on Fridays. Here says he built and lost 2 fortunes. I don't know what the fuck happened to him after Piggly Wiggly. It was an automated grocery store called Key Doozle? How the fuck did they automate a grocery store in the 1920s? What happened to all the open interest on the call chain for GameStop this week? You mean all the sold calls? Conveyor belts? Huh. So he was an idiot. Honor system was alive and well during the Depression. You mean the period of time that spawned the largest criminal enterprises in America's history? Huh. If we got super squeezy today, could we see 45.20? Squeeze what? The sold calls? They're pretty far dated. Use NVIDIA AI chips. Next NVIDIA earnings, they're going to start pulling out sales from the 30s that they're only getting around to filling now. Did we just hit the VIX's yearly low? No, I don't think so. We were sub 13 before. I think our low for the year was 1288, 1278. 1273, sorry. Yeah, 1273. They're like 1 penny off, so I wasn't sure. Is this it? I don't know. VIX and VIX futures correlation still only at like 76%. There were banks before the Depression? Yeah. Hmm. Have the longer dated short calls closed? Nope. Or the shorter dated long calls? Some of those. Some of those have been closing all day. Never mind, it was a fidelity glitch. I relaunched the program and it's showing the same open interest as WeBull. I wouldn't trust either of those with options data. So all of those 915s are going to expire worthless, right? What did people buy for next week? That's what matters. Next week sucks. 929? 929's a little bit better on the call side. October 20? Okay. Yeah, so between 929 and October 20, not bad. All the 915 shit's dead, and mostly sold anyway. Did you get the TV fixed? It didn't need to be fixed. It wasn't broken. She was using the wrong remote. What did you want to see VIX futures correlation percent to be at to break down? I'm unfamiliar with hearing this. Oh, just ignore it. Hmm. Piggly Wiggly is just the greatest name. Wait, what's a ghost gun? Has anyone ever had options they didn't remember buying in Fidelity? Oh, me. Where am I on the VW chart? Personally? I don't know. Does your chest feel tight? Are we likely to test 4460 by next Tuesday? Given the current level of VIX, the probability isn't great. Is it possible? Sure. Yeah. Is buying next Tuesday options to hold overnight a good idea? Probably not. 3D printed gun? No. Back when I knew some people that weren't so nice, there was a guy who made those, and they were very expensive. Like, too expensive for gang members to purchase to shoot people with. Although I don't ever remember hearing them called ghost guns. I don't know who the fuck bought them. Probably like people in like organized crime or something. It's like some dude that lived out in like Little Odessa. I've just never heard them referred to as that before. no, like run of the mill gangbangers are dropping like 10, 15 grand on a gun. No, she doesn't have a 3D gun printing company. You can get an illegal gun for nothing, but a gun with no serial numbers is from someone who's not going to tell the cops he sold it to you. That costs a lot more money. Let's talk about Baba this morning with some profit. I'm thinking of re-entering with some October 6th 88p or 87p. Do you see you breaking down past resistance, or could it take some time? I wouldn't buy October 6th puts at all, ever, for any reason. Shitty weeklies. Just doing a survey of how many people are holding 4485 with a cost basis of more than 350. Not me. They're called 80%, and they're a lot cheaper than 3D printing. How expensive is it to 3D print a gun? The guns you're talking about are real guns with no serial, yeah. But a ghost gun is just a few metal parts of an actual gun with a 3D printed everything else. Okay. So it's what, I would imagine just the higher stress parts? Like the barrel and shit? Barrel and bolt. Don't you have a problem with the... I guess you don't need to use it for very long. But you'd think that like a lot of repeated use on the magazine would cause some very quick wear. I know there's guns that are like 3D printed, but they're like one shot where they have like a 3D printed everything. But yeah, you can't fire them more. I don't think you can fire them more than once. Isn't that what that guy killed the Japanese prime minister with? Or the former prime minister? I mean, for 85, October 20th isn't too much theta. But you had like 90s, right? Yeah, but you've got a metal, like your magazine's metal. And the other part's plastic. You're gonna jam those together enough and it's gonna get, I feel like it's gonna get real loose. I want a 3D printed gun that shoots ice bullets. Huh. It wasn't 3D printed. It was a homemade double barrel made from some plumbing pipe. Okay. Eh. The odds your fake gun blows up in your face are decent. I mean, if it's just like the stock and stuff, probably not. I want a 3D gun that shoots something to make SPX drop below 4,500. I just want a market gun that puts SPX out of its 6-month long Missouri. I want a 3D printed gun that shoots white ropes. Icicle crossbow? I don't know. That could be effective. Any calls taking profits yet? 4490 has dropped a little bit. Still a shitload of interest at 4,500 right now. Can you get a 3D printed gun that shoots smaller 3D printed guns? Probably not. That doesn't sound very aerodynamic. Dixie up, market up, yields up. The new Tom Lee bull market paradigm. Give it time. I want a 3D printed railgun. Those are gigantic. GME's got big wick energy. It's moving up a little bit. Ruberosa on Mulberry. They have pretty good pizza. I hate this market. Eh. But Jammy hit 36? Not right now. At least Apple isn't sky high. No, it's not doing so great. Which is good, right? How can someone trade this bullshit? I had 2 successful trades today. My overnight straddle did well. And then I bought some 44.95p earlier at like 44.96. And then they went in the money $5. And then I've lost on all the other trades today. I bought 44.95s again. Those I got stopped out of at like 15%. And then after that I bought actually on our high of today. Well, close to our high of today. The first high of today. I bought 4500s for tomorrow, which have yet to go in the money. But I think I'm gonna hold them overnight. Yeah, the Apple shits for like the end of the month. I have plenty of theta on that. Dude, actually, no, my Apple shit is for October 20th. I have even more theta. I think maybe my Tesla stuff is for end of month. Yeah, my Tesla stuff's for the end of the month. Any hope for a DN test next week? Maybe. DN's been moving up, so it's getting closer to the money. Sweet Jesus, Apple's gonna save my port. A bad state of affairs. Does 4500 have a lot of Vega risk, or have they risked it all off for the day? It had some. I mean, it's risked off as long as they stay above 4500. Any chance they could pump this into the end of the day? I mean, they don't really have the positioning for it right now, but maybe 10, like 45.10, which isn't a lot of range. What's your Tesla PT for the end of the month? I have 7060. I have 7060 bear put spreads, and then I have 250 puts. Here's the reason why everybody was buying calls at resistance all day. Pump incoming for the end of the day. No one's bought anything like out of the money. Like the zero DT out of the money shit's almost non-existent. There's a little bit of interest at 45.05 and 10, and it's not very much. There's a tiny amount at 15, but barely. Check tomorrow's expiration, although I doubt that's significantly more bullish. Yeah, 45.10 is kind of like the peak of where the interest is right now. And that's just because some 4500s are selling off right now. Let me see tomorrow's expiration. 34.95 puts. Mostly just at 4500, but that's stacked. I don't know how much of that expires in the AM. Why does that combine them? That's so annoying. Can I look at it separately here? Nope. Market maker max pain for tomorrow is 44.50. Let's see. Put to call ratio for tomorrow is 3.2 million. So 1.6 million calls, or 1.92. Who bought T last week here? I don't know. Some people were buying it earlier this week. Are we seeing the zero DTE Tesla pump you mentioned? Possibly, yeah. It's been accumulating some short-dated interest. Although those zero DTEs could get one DTEs could get rug pulled tonight. So the 1020 expiration's looking like right now. 1020 is 1.5 million puts to 581,000 calls. Damn. I got T during that huge dip a month or so ago. I bought more on the big dip. But T's like back to my cost basis now, I think. My cost basis is like 1510. What did it run to today? 1506. That's still got a ways to go. I didn't look at top for next week yet. I probably should. I know you have no crystal ball, but what's your guess when this all breaks? I don't know. Why not like the next 3 days? VIX is still on the screen. If the market's in need of a steep correction, it won't happen until these motherfuckers allow it to, in a sense, right? Is there any indication or a sign that is moving that way, or will it be sudden? I would say them de-risking short Vega positioning is a pretty good sign that they're planning on at least letting the market drop. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean the market will drop, but they're not going to hold it up anymore. Mine's 15.15. Yeah, it's not bad. I needed to break 4,500 today. Is that too much to ask? It might be. If we get close to it, but we don't get close enough to close, you could always roll over. We got another. I mean, we haven't even hit power hour yet. Bears have been mostly building up like long dated put positioning, right? And most of the bears are currently concerned with shorting treasuries. So I shouldn't buy 2026 Jan calls for dirt cheap. On what? Welcome to America's favorite game show. Who said it? Boomer or Zoomer? First question. Who said I've got my tea on drip? Carl. Trick question. He's a millennial. The Ivy Crush is insane. Yeah, buying calls after we broke 4,500 is not very profitable. Vic sub 13. Is this a good time to buy some 45 DTE spy puts? Could be, yeah. If you expect VIX to go back up. Tell me how much you like my Jan 4000 Ps. Eh. I don't have a position on LAN. Do they have earnings soon? Hold on. Do they have earnings today? I know who they are. Oh, after market close. That's a terrible abbreviation to use. The rest of the firstborn sons in the neighborhood are at school, and SPX is going down yet. Bad projections? Yeah, I don't play earnings. Nvidia's had bad projections all year. But actually, quad witching could be spicy for tomorrow, right? Yeah. I'm kind of curious to see how much charm blows up tonight. You might as well extend the VIX chart down to 999. I'm not worried about VIX hitting 999. VIX MOASS, let's go. Checksport still down. You guys are ridiculous. This is worse than when fucking GME moves like 20 cents and people are like, should I buy calls? This seems like a good time to buy calls. Are you buying calls here, Girk? Or GME drops 20 cents and everybody asks me if I'm selling calls. Yeah, people do have that low of expectations for T's growth over the next 2 years. How are the tips? Still divergent. Hmm. Yeah, I guess it happened there. But that was much bigger. Curious. Usually the tips don't do bouncies off of each other. The last time that happened was before Freg's day. Well, that's not true. The tips bounced off each other on October 31st last year when we had that big like ETF FTD dump and Freg's day. Generally, they don't though. I guess the December period, but they just kept crossing back and forth. So, ouchie downies? No, not necessarily. I mean, it just doesn't mean anything right now. It just means that they shorted more today. They obviously weren't very successful at shorting. Is it possible to be a top trader using only echolocation? Only if your body is as smooth as a dolphin's. Otherwise, the hair would absorb the sound waves and you'd get bad signals. Tutorial on how to make people paranoid 101. But how? You think we could shop between 4,500 4,510 for the rest of the day? I don't know. Looks like we're gonna test 4510 right here. Why is SPX going up with VIX? Is it? You did it. Make vague yet fear-infusing statements, and then don't elaborate. What was vague? I noted the other two times historically that GME's tips have bounced off each other upon their first encounter. That was it. I wasn't vague. I was specific. I said October 31st, 2022, November 16, 2021. I feel like you judge me too harshly, sir. This pump is ridiculous. This pump is awful. VIX is crushed on every move to the upside. Out of the money calls are actually in tatters, and in the money calls aren't doing that great either. Yeah, Charm's not likely to drive a lot of upside tomorrow. Well, there's a lot of speculation on the table to be paranoid about. I don't mind, I just find it funny. What's the paranoia from? Jimmy was moving up today. They shorted its move up. It wasn't an effective short. So they temporarily reversed the realization of liquidity, but the price of the stock still went up. Doesn't seem like a win. Is KVU still decent to enter around here? What's it trading at? I mean, I think it's kind of undervalued in this range. Freg's Day is literally a meme. Freg's Day was awesome. Just none of us sold. The price of the stock went from like sub 200 to like 260 in 2 days. And everybody knew about it in advance. We didn't know about Gamma Max. Well, we kind of did, but we didn't really know the effect. How could they pull this off now after 2 week or whatever failing to get GN? They still haven't gotten GN. Risk tolerance increase? Well, their risk tolerance goes up as VIX goes down, right? Because they're like, this drives their margin requirements down. For a second, I want to see what I would have had I would have had if I sold at 260. Then I thought better of it. Well, remember, you would have had 1/4 as many shares. It wouldn't have mattered. I had plenty. I mean, GME's current price is like 73. 73 pre-split, something like that. I'm vexed. I'm terribly vexed. Huh. My comment was mainly talking about Freg's Day without further connection. I was not even trying to be judgy, genuinely. I was just confused why it was like panic inducing. I mean, in hindsight, Freg's Day was fucking awesome. We all should have made a shitload of money. It just pumped too hard, too fast. Slightly before it should have. Popcorn Trader threw up that day. I saw news that the CEO of HE was asked to testify at Congress. Yeah. Any thoughts on it? I mean, like all congressional testimony, I don't think it matters very much. I'm sure that she'll defend their position. Probably bullish for the stock if she does. If she's not properly prepared by her counsel and gets bowled over by the actual idiots that run congressional boards, then, well, that's embarrassing. That's long-term bearish for the company because it would mean that the CEO is a moron. I mean, there's 4510 calls. I said that before. There was not a lot of them, but we went up. I don't really think that was driven by SPX options, though. Seems to be more like futures volume backed. The roll on futures is still finalizing, too. Man, they were pumping the absolute fuck out of RSP today. It's even benefiting from it. Looks like Nvidia and Adobe bounced here. Everything else is meh. Up a little bit. Microsoft driving this largely. Crushing dispersion. Finance is doing really well today. Like the whole sector is lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. Utilities is up again. Energy's up because gas pumped. Or crude. Yeah. All of the sectors that were like flat and down yesterday are moving up today. Tesla failing? No. Well, not yet. Today was horrible. It was alright. We're now at 1 hour and 1 minute of no express volume. I will update as the situation develops. Really breathtaking stuff. I could sell all my shares and then there'd be some volume. The Container Store is up 5%. Nice. How is Meta at 311? What do they make money on anymore? The same thing they've always made money on. Advertising. SPX to 45.75. It's a very bullish target. When is KView gonna rocket? I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna rocket. It was half of a fucking arbitrage like unwind play, and it was the half that didn't print. I have some shares on it and some CSPs and some CCs as like a long-term hold, but not a lot. I bought like 1,500 shares, not very many. I sold 15 CSPs and 15 covered calls. Could have made money on puts yesterday. The market dropped from like $30 twice. Not a lot of money to be made on puts today, admittedly, but there's always tomorrow. Well, we on the day around the 4,500 plus minus 5 mark. Potentially. I don't know. 4510 has a lot more interest than 4,500 right now. As we approach the end of the day, it's becoming concentrated more and more on one strike. But if the 4510 stays out of the money, then yeah, probably around 4,500. Which means I still won't be able to sell my fucking. I should just turn it into a debit spread overnight. Could sell the 80 for 3. Covers my cost basis. Alright. Oh, maybe I'll wait. Yeah, I guess I'll see if we break down closer to 4,500, I'll sell the 80s against it into close. I'm not fucking straddling tonight. I don't care. Nobody wants to net out their open close variance today. They don't want their 4,500s expiring out of the money today for the AM expiration. Oh, Apple's dumping a bit. Nobody wants to net out their open close variance. Crude fute's over 90, but don't worry, we won't count that when we deliver next month's numbers. Everything is fine. I've seen some mental hurdles cleared in the bullish articles in the last like 24 hours that are they're pretty insane gymnastics. Seriously though, how are bulls keeping SPX levitated so high and for so long? Most of this week's been flat. Like last week we failed DN or GN like by Wednesday. And then we traded in the same fucking like $40 range for the next 5 days. And then today we've moved up 90 BPS. But we're still below the prior high. By about 70 BPS. It's infuriating. It's just flat. $44.65 hits. You asked me that earlier. I mean, no, but it's not a lot of time for being, almost 100 BPS out of the money. Give me 1 second. Ugh. All right. VIX above 13. This is not a drill. Yeah, but futures aren't below 4,500 yet. Although they're getting closer. Interesting. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, we'll get to close my puts today. Hold on. This is more exciting. Yeah, there's still a lot of calls at 4,400, 4,500. Kirk was gone for longer than 30 seconds. An absolute machine in the sheets. I didn't fuck the Amazon guy. Jesus. Whatever the knocker did, can you ask them to do it 3 more times? He wasn't even there when I got to the door. They just like knock and leave the fucking package. It's not like they want to be your friend. I've tried. They have no interest in it. It's pronounced like Jesus. What is? Ha. Let's see some big old massive reds. It'd actually be kind of cool if all of the 4,500 puts and maybe the 4,490s got blown up at the end of today. I like that a lot. I like seeing the bulls lose money. Well, Greg, today broke my spirit a little. I saw that. You could have sold your puts that literally expire 36 days from now several times, not only in the money, but slightly at the money in the last 2 weeks. Let's not talk about that. Okay. What about next time they're in the money? I'll walk there and kiss you on the lips if we close below 4,490. I won't be here. I'll be partying on all my 4,500 attendees. Hear me out. Island top reversal, negative 3% SLD, followed by negative 3% OPEX week. A man can only dream. Okay, I'm actually down. That sounds awesome. God, I farted and my office smells so bad. I hope nobody comes in here. Can you ventilate it? Ventilate. Bear song if we fall below 44.95. No, that's not a win. I'm meeting my CPA tomorrow. I'm gonna see what the tax implications I have for selling off pretty much all of my long positions, and then I'm moving it all into bonds at 5%. You're gonna be pissed about that. Don't you have like a financial advisor? Girk, I don't know if I can stand this price action for another day. Grow the fuck up. Have you ever played XCOM? It really does a thing to you about percentage chances. No. You're my financial advisor. No? No, I'm not. No, I advise myself, and sometimes I drunkenly answer Mr. Poopy questions. Okay. You can't just say NFA and think you're not our actual FA. Yes, I can. I'm not a registered financial advisor. I can actually say FA, and it doesn't mean shit because I'm on a fucking YouTube stream. I don't even know who you are, let alone anything about your financial status. I'm not privy to the information that makes somebody responsible for fiduciary claims. Get fucked. Greg, any chance of answering my rolling question? What is it? I didn't see it. To be fair, I'm not paying great attention. I'm mostly just watching my 4,500 puts. I'm thinking about how super fucking cool it'd be if they'd go in the money. I bought a number of them. They do expire tomorrow, which is cool, but I'd prefer to close them today. Keep talking. I'm sending all of this to the SEC. If someone were crazy enough to play UVXY for a short time, well, that's where my lotto tickets are for next week. Oh boy. Wow, that was really overused on Reddit then. Still is. No, see, if you want a financial advisor, you have to find one and hire them and apprise them of your current financial situation and probably your investment goals. And then they would formulate a plan individually tailored for you, bound by a contract that you signed with them. I checked the shill registration database and I didn't see your name. Is Gherk not your legal name? It was last time I checked. 5% is quite good, but what do you? But then you're gonna be in here. You're gonna complain for 2 years to 5 years when yields go up to 10%. Portbation. Finally, I've made back my $90 in losses from today from getting stopped out. Nice, man. Why are people complaining? Aren't long-term puts at this price free money? Second number in the price total changed. Big scary. I hate buying puts when VIX is sub $13. I love it. That was sarcasm. For example, say I own 375p QQQ for 922 bought yesterday. So it's down. But I wanted to roll it out a week further. Is there a prime moment to roll up? Or is it just a get it done thing? What's QQQ at right now? I mean, the ideal moment to roll it up is long before you're 80 BPS underwater. But no time better than the present, probably. It won't be. I won't be doing that until I'm good enough that I don't need them. Yeah. I mean, if you're that good, you will need them because you just don't want to deal with the shit yourself. Nah, man, they just put stuff into a pre-built calculator and say buy stuff. Well, the shitty ones. But great financial advisors like you, Poopy Pants, they really do the legwork. They sign up for Dillionaires and they pitch going bonds in 2022 to their entire book. I don't know what you're talking about. I do. Those people will love you forever. Just remember that when you fuck up. If yields go to 10%, I don't know if I'll be retired or an eternal serf. It's one of the two for sure. Could be both. You could be an unemployed serf. Do you think some market sees some downside overnight? That'd be cool. Are pumpers trying to hold it up until the collar roll? That's 2 weeks from now. I'm sure they'd prefer it didn't go under the collar. I'll only ask this one more time. Is it Tesla short time? Shorting Tesla here is risky. And yes, I know I entered under here, but not much. But shorting Tesla here is risky. At least one of us is informed. Still paper trading, about 1 month out from moving money to a live account. Getting fairly consistent. Thanks for everything. No problem, man. Hey dude, I just checked in today. You doing okay? You sound irritated with this. I hate it when people get all whiny because things aren't doing what they want them to do. It's an unusual step out of your otherwise angelic patience. No, it's not. This is common when people get whiny. Did you already guess the end of day price? Probably like 45.05. You didn't have to roast him that hard. Who? Do you have a macro time frame for when you expect larger downward movement in the overall market? We just moved down like 500 BPS through the entire month of August. So some stagnation isn't unexpected while the data plays out. But yeah, I would say probably we could see another leg down before quarter three earnings. And then maybe a bigger leg down after that. Whiny, whine, whine, whine. To be fair, your bearishness rubs on all of the viewers. Yeah, but I don't like overcommit to things. He's hardly mean. I just gonna ask the same question like 9 million times. Like, And all of the question is the same, right? Like no matter how people phrase it, it's always like, why are my puts or calls red? And then it's like, wow, my puts and calls are really red because I don't have theta or I didn't hedge or I mean, I even discussed getting an upside hedge yesterday. Everyone hates straddles for some reason, even though we're having like 50 BPS overnight moves every night. Popcorn Trader has been whining all day about a position that's been in the money no less than 3 times since he bought it. Is the likelihood of a crash at a lowest point this year? See, I don't know. I don't really look at it that way. I feel like the likelihood of a crash is at its highest point. Like we're just kind of hurtling towards one. The more they pump it, the more I think it's gonna crash. You want to know? You want just wanted you to know you're the best financial advisor I've ever had. Don't let my negative 68% port get you down. We'll get it all back with those zero DTEs you pushed on me. Pontiff, here we come. Your port's 68% down because it's entirely comprised of GME, and you don't have options approval to trade zero DTEs. Pigeon Teeth Cisco. I know I'm a serial offender of overholding positions. I'm just annoyed with the price action today. Shorter term bonds seem much better for me. Okay. But no growth in bonds. Ugh. Look, these puts need to go $15 in the money. Okay, you actually had that, I think, already. On August 28th, your puts were $15 in the money. On September 7th, they were $3 in the money. Yesterday, they were up, but not in the money. Today, they're down. So you do know my financial situation. Do you think my blue chips are going to grow significantly over the next 3 months? I don't know what blue chips you own. $9.25 seem like enough data? $9.25 is probably not bad. I mean, generally you're only holding them overnight. That might be too much theta. I sold them and doubled down lower. Of course you did. And rolled back up. I couldn't do this without you, Popcorn Trader. Is Pontiff only available to the first buyer? I don't know. It depends on how weird the person who buys it first is. Do you think many of them are? Because I don't. Are what? Where do at the money puts have higher delta than at the money calls? Parity. It's in the opposite for as long as I can remember with VIX this low. Yeah. Because the expectation is for VIX to rise because it's like, I mean, like almost under historic vol, right? Or it is under historic vol. I'd be a lot richer without you, Gork. Yeah, or you just have full ported GME and held it. Same outcome, different road. Bought some SPY 440s for November so we can crash tomorrow because when I buy Theta, it's not needed. Oh, gee. SPY 440s for November? Ah, I see. Are SPX bulls pumping with zero DTEs into the end of the day? No, they're mostly just holding on to their zero DTEs into the end of the day. I mean, they're buying it at the money ones as like decay falls off, but not like volume's not crazy high right now or anything. I don't think many blue chips will be up over the next 3 months. Probably not. Fair. What's up, Lugs? It's been a long time. It has. It's precisely 25 months. Jesus. So what happens when they paper hand Pontiff? You fly out again and live stream you laughing at their port? I mean, Pontiff isn't like, I mean, you don't have to renew Pontiff unless you want to hang out with me every month. As my financial advisor, do you think Pontiff is a good investment? I'm not your financial advisor. No, I don't take cash. Was put call parity always mean reverting? Over enough time. Full porting Boeing now? Yeah, interesting. Is another test of 45.10 or 20 likely overnight? Or until market open tomorrow? I mean, they might try to stabilize ES kind of where it is into tomorrow. What will tomorrow's price action bring? They can keep the price here and higher. No? Selling for SLD could have been done yesterday? Hmm. There may have been some selling for SLD yesterday. There still may be more tomorrow and into the weekend. I don't think that job pays very much, Gary. Do you think Mexican aliens are real? They seem kind of fake. No, I don't. Can we pay for Pontiff with Dogecoin? Yes, but it costs 100% more. I have to account for market volatility. Still popping in and out like crazy. Don't forget your overnight straddle. I'm not buying one. Why not? Because I refuse to acknowledge the existence of additional upside. Do you have a put debit spread for tomorrow? I have a bunch of put debit spreads for tomorrow. I also have a bunch of puts for tomorrow. Didn't you just scold us for ignoring straddles? Yes. But that was more about from October to now. You said several times you aren't buying a straddle tonight. Tonight will be the first time the pickle jar actually buys straddles. Probably. Are you being stubborn like us? No, I just don't have any need to hedge the upside here. I have some need to hedge upside above 4520, but I don't really need to hedge the range between 4500 and 4520. Greek has bearish principles and he's sticking to them? No, I simply don't need a hedge for the upside tonight. You're saying market dynamics have shifted to the heavier weight towards the downside? No, because they could just buy a shitload of 0 DTE calls again tomorrow and rinse and repeat this entire process. How's VIX dying, but SPX isn't spiking? Short calls are a hell of a drug. No, if there was like actual selling, see right now no one really knows what to do. Inflation's heating up. People are afraid to take profits. People are afraid to not hold. It's mixed, right? They don't know what the Fed's reaction is going to be yet. So for the large majority of market participants, they're kind of just frozen. And they've been frozen for most of the year. I mean, retail flows are still heavily going into money market accounts. Like there's still no one like buying equities in mass. That we had a brief period where people were in like July, right? And they all got fucking burned. So now they're even more hesitant, which kind of because of the illiquidity gives free reign to anybody who wants to manipulate the fuck out of the market with a bunch of options. Think of what retail did with GME, right? With the options they were able to buy, and then scale that up to an index, but give the participant billions of dollars. Buy CCs? What? So you're not assuming that we'll stick with the statistics for quad witching and be red tomorrow all day? I have puts. I have puts at 4,500. They expire tomorrow. I'm just not buying any calls. I have sold calls at 45.20, 45.50 for November and December, but I'm not pulling those back because we're trading at 4,500. So I don't really need to hedge anything here. Most of like my out of the money downside shit is spread out, so I don't really care if we move up as long as my theta cost is covered. What does this market say about the state of our civilization and its sustainability? I mean, if anything, it says that people are willing to believe anything to maintain the status quo, despite the evidence to the contrary being presented to them multiple times. Did anybody watch that video? You guys should watch that video. It's a good video. I'm not buying calls on T. I have a shitload of shares. I accidentally left it on drip, so I got even more than I wanted. Ideological subversion? Yep. What does this market say about my flaws as a person? If you just got like a little less greedy, bought theta, and occasionally hedged your positions against bigger moves, you'd probably make money instead of losing it all the time. No? Okay. Sorry. I don't know what I was thinking, Popcorn Trader. I apologize from the bottom of my heart, and I hope I haven't hurt you or your family. Where's the fun in that? Why do you have sold calls with 30 DTE on them? Debit spreads? Just naked. Only dishonored. Rude. Can straddles be done with a call and put debit spreads? Or does it have to only be single call put only? If you do it with call and put debit spreads, you're creating an inverse butterfly or condor, depending on how you set it up. Those generally need a larger move to be profitable than a straddle would. And they have limited profitability. So you have to make sure that the spread is greater than 2 times the premium. But yeah, you could. It's a little cheaper. I guess it doesn't have to be 2 times. It has to be like 1x. 100% more than the total premium. And you do need a bigger move on them, which... And then if you get a bigger move and you don't have a straddle, that sucks. Can you speak directly to my 0 DTE 4500s? Yeah. They lived a good and full life. Their candle burned out long before something something. Rest in peace. Now do mine. No kiss for you. Are you in Toe Ring Gang today? I'm riding some 4510p into close. No. I have 4500s, but they expire tomorrow, so. Thank you. That was beautiful. You're welcome, Herva. Ding ding. That was fun. Not. Alright, so just expect futures to trade completely flat into market open tomorrow. And that's probably all that's going to happen. Apple didn't really perform that well today. Clawed back about 87 BPS. Netflix still moving down. It doesn't appear to be stopping anytime soon either. Actually, tech broadly kind of underperformed. Um, I don't really think anything in tech did particularly well today, or at least not as well as it was doing yesterday. But they did move up. We traded up slightly into the bullish range today. The AM expiration, this could easily fail tomorrow. Quite a lot of OI falling off of the chain first thing in the morning. RSP is up 117 BPS today. So a big move in the broader index. And you can kind of see that here, especially in financials. You know, Amazon was down on the day. Nvidia wasn't up very much. Like Microsoft, Google, Apple, and Tesla did okay, but nothing crazy. Not like a 2% day or anything like that. So really, only Meta pulled that off out of tech. But if you look in finance, the entire sector is fucking green. So that helped a lot. And then also energy, consumer services rocketed today. Producer manufacturing. Now some of this is bearish, like transportation moving up because of higher PPI. Yeah, utilities moving up, manufacturing moving up. These are and consumer non-durables had a really good day too. Um, these sectors moving up is kind of a flight to safety. Now, I don't know if that's going to continue beyond today. Like, obviously, today may have just been like a broader pump with RSP, but even end of day, ES is just edging out NQ, right? Um, Dixie up quite a lot today. 105.35 right now at market close. So big move up, and actually towards the end of the day, that bearish pressure came back from yields. So we'll see if yields continue to move higher tomorrow, but quite a lot of pressure there on credit spreads. Correlation fell off probably in its second biggest move in the last couple of weeks, with the 1 month dropping back almost. Almost to where it was like in June. That's pretty close. And here's something that you will see. What's interesting about that? If you look at volatility, right, on the S&P, all of it's up, right? And this is that dispersion trade playing out that we've discussed, where you go long the underlying, short the index, and universally all of the S&P had increased volatility today. So, yeah, I mean, definitely more pressure on that dispersion trade. I don't know if they'll be able to get it to the levels they got it to in July. That seems very unlikely, but we'll see. Um, Broad commodities moved up quite a lot today, 75 BPS. We saw some of that pressure realized here on BTU as it finally broke up above that $24 level. Still kind of waiting for it to get back into the $28 range, but it is starting to recover. And this is probably, on the back of people feeling a little bit more confident about China now that the yuan is back under 730. And they're making some more economic promises kind of every day. So eventually one of them's bound to catch some interest. Let's see what else. ES, tomorrow we're going to be moving to the next contract, but for now I'm still going to keep my price targets on this one. So trading slightly above the 4,500 level into the end of day close. We broke out above, Well, above the prior high, but not last week's high. We're still very much below the test of gamma neutral. A breakdown here would still create kind of a bull flag. And I guess technically we're still in an ascending wedge after the break up, but on a longer time frame. Or well, just an uptrend. Yeah, just an uptrend. Not a lot of consolidation there at the end of the day. But I don't really know how much the technicals matter with the futures roll in OPEX tomorrow. So we'll keep an eye on this in the overnight session. Although I expect that ES is going to hold the 4,500 level into market open. After market open, we'll see what happens. Right now, call positioning on this for tomorrow isn't super strong going into the morning, but some of that could pick up overnight like it did today. So we'll keep an eye on that tomorrow, and then if we see a shitload of call interest come in to the upside before market open, we can play that accordingly. $44 449's print. If you have some theta on them, I wouldn't worry about that too much. You're not crazy far out of the money or anything. Oil took 90. Yeah, it did. And I think Brent crude's even higher than that. It's got to be edging up near like 90, 95 a barrel now, right? Tips? Yeah, we could go over those. So GME crossed over and reverted back as they apparently shorted into some covering today. Or possibly somebody was buying and applying pressure. I'll see what the OI change looks like tonight. But it's possible we're getting some options interest coming in. I'm not really actively watching it, but it's definitely possible. Either way, liquidity tightened up a little bit after testing at the end of day yesterday, and despite that, the stock moved up, which is generally inverse to what we usually see on it. So yeah, I think it is definitely possible that we see it kind of collapse back into some actual covering over the next 5 days. But I mean, they did touch. So VIX. Do I have VIX pulled up? VIX just got slammed, right? VIX is almost like into close, almost at its like 3-month low again. So VIX just got absolutely fucking obliterated today. Do you see end of week SPX 4460? I mean, if we get a big sell off tomorrow, sure. That could happen. Do you get the GN overnight? Yeah, after closing OI comes in. All right, guys, that's it for today. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. I hope everyone has a good night. Later.